We're back. We're back. Yeah, I'm back already. We're back already. I'm playing a visual novel, guys. Can't wait to watch me play the game. I know you can't. I know you can't. You hear that rain? Do you hear that rain? Is it too loud? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's quiet. It's quiet for me too. That quick? I had nothing else to do. I just drank my smoothie and then I was ready. Rain is good. It's comfy. Good, good, good. But yeah, we're back. We're playing some Umineko now. It seems like everything's good. I hope everything's good with the game. And yeah, I want to continue playing it. We'll see how far we can get today. Because tomorrow I'm off to the hospital again. And I won't be able to play for a bit. So yeah. How have you guys been? How have you guys been? Let's see, what did I do today? I woke up at like 9:30 and we were gonna stream at 10, but then I was like, I need to get dressed, and not just get dressed, but like do everything. So I was like, let's make it 10:30. And so we made it 10:30, and I think that was pretty good. Yeah, I had fun playing with Kala. I totally was the one who fucked up the first puzzle, though. I was totally the one who fucked up the first puzzle. But we got it after that. You know? Everything was cool after that. We were able to do the rest. And then we were able to speedrun it like 3 times. Just because we got all the achievements. Let me see if we got all the achievements. Hold on. Yeah, 26 out of 26 achievementos. We did it. And it was fun to use the new you know, VTube Studio collab thing. First time using it. It just came out though, really. I'm glad I got it. It's like an extra 15 bucks, which is, I think it's a little expensive for that. I'm not gonna lie. Because I don't especially do collabs that often. But maybe down the line it will be worth it. Yeah, $15 to do that. On top of the like $15 you pay for the normal thing. So it was a little bit expensive. I was like, why would you make it so expensive? Like $10 would be max to me, I think. I don't know. Does it really cost that much for it to work? I don't know. But it was still fun, and I'm glad I got it. As a VTuber, you know, sometimes there's expenses that you've got to just like be like shikataganai and pay it up. They want the money, they do. First time I've seen it, people thought the VTubers share the models and use them locally or something. Oh, nah. It's just through Steam. It's actually really cool, though. I think it's perfect. I think it's been, you know, something that's been needed in the VTubing community and like streaming for a long time. It's been, and now it's useful. It's really going to be useful. You just need everyone to buy it and own it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just have one person own it. So if someone doesn't own it, then, you know. So corporations might do that. It's a neat little tool. I think so too. I think so too. And it might have times where it goes on sale, but, you know, VTube Studio doesn't really go on sale for that cheap, I don't think. But yeah, we're back with Umineko. Shall we start reading Umineko? What happened last time? We learned that Maria's a little creep. I mean, people have collabed with their VTuber models before, but it was done a different way. Yeah, how I explained it with you before. Which, like, that's still definitely viable if you don't want to spend the $15. She's special. Okay, is your way of saying special like she's like a creepo? She's a little bit of a creepo. Why does she go from ooh woo to yeah, basically OMFG. Yeah, that. Uh-huh. That clip. So we learned about Maria. What'll we learn next? She's a repressed chuuni. She's just different. She is very different. She is not just repressed chuuni because she's not even chuuni level yet. She's not even, by that I mean she's not even in chugakko ninen. She's not even a ninensei yet. She's not even in chugakko. Servants really believe and consider Beatrice real. Well, yeah, that's true. We learned that too. The servants firmly believe. You guys, same. Yeah, right, Kit? What the fuck? This shit scared me. Yeah, we learned that the servants believe in Beatrice for some reason. Hello, Koneko. Via Discord, they would show VTube Studio Cam as a virtual cam, and other people they would add it as a source. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, I did know that people collabed before doing it, but this is just so much easier. Hi, am I 2.0? I ain't 2.0. This is my second stream of the day, though. Yay, 2 streams. I think the person talking is Battler. I was lurking during the NIM collab. Oh, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. A blessing in life. How are you feeling, Fizz? Are you feeling tired? Tenchi spoiling us. Sometimes I just want to stream, and this was the one time Kala could collab. So, you're lurky? It's okay. I also like to lurk. No, you're not tired? Did you wake up at 2 a.m.? I don't even think he fell asleep. Yeah, he didn't sleep. Crazy man. You a crazy man. But yeah. Let's start reading. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as a fickle delusion of a growing girl. But Genji-san, Kanon-kun, and Kumasawa-ba-chan also had been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that Beatrice existed. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Aunt Ava's position was that no 19th person existed. That the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsuhi's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. So she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch, carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off all those possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch.
Jessica.
Couldn't miss Oshi's stream. Oh my god. I admire this man. Who do you admire? Who do you admire? Battler or Fizz? And I keep thinking that scene from the music video where Battler dodges the witches. Me too! I was thinking about that too just now. I was like, damn, he's really dodging those witches' ideas, man. Fizz? You admire Fizz? No, you guys gotta sleep. Sleep is important. Way more important than me. Well, well. Jessica.
ベアトリーチェの話ってのは、俺の認識では森に子供たちが迷い込まないようにってんで作った大人の脅し話だってことになってんだが。
All I know about this story of the witch is that the adults made it up to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest.
この屋敷じゃ違うのか?
But is the story different here in the mansion?
私もバトラと同じ意見だぜ。
I feel the same way you do, okay?
こんなのは子供に言うことを聞かせるために親が作った間抜けな怪談だと思ってる。
I think it was just a stupid ghost story that parents made up so their kids would listen to them.
でも、そうだと口にはできない空気が屋敷内にあることは否めないな。
But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud.
おじいさまがベアトリーチェは存在すると公言されているからね。
After all, grandfather has proclaimed that Beatrice exists.
使用人たちは立場上それを疑えないし。
And because of their position, the servants can't doubt it.
クラウスおじさんたちもおじいさまと喧嘩がしたいわけもないから表向きは口を揃えてる。
Even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi don't want to get into a fight with him, so on the surface, they go along with it.
だから多分このお屋敷ではベアトリーチェの存在を疑うことはある種のタブーだと思うんだよ。
So it's probably fair to say that doubting the existence of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in this mansion.
年に一度しか来ない僕たちと違ってね。
Unlike the rest of us, who only come here once a year.
そうでしょ。
Is that right? Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right.
ジョージ兄さんの言う通りだぜ。
It's just like you say.
みんな腹の中じゃ信じてるわけじゃない。
No one really believes it on the inside, but really? Do you really think so, Jessica? You might not believe it on the inside, but they might. You don't really know what they're thinking.
でも、表向きはその存在を認めてる。
But on the outside, they accept that she exists.
ほら、神様の存在を認めるような、そんな雰囲気だよ。
See, it's just like the way some people are about God.
実際にはいないことを知ってても、それを口に出して否定したら野暮みたいな空気だな。
Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud. I'm a VTuber. Magic non-believer? Yeah, they're magic non-believers. And they're putting their magic non-believerisms onto other people.
使用人たちの間ではどういうことになってんだ?
How do you think the servants feel about it? I am a VTuber. I have no say in these things.
やっぱり雇い主のじいさまがいるって言ってんだから、それに口調を合わせてるわけか?
Are they just going along with it because grandfather, their employer, says that she exists?
さあ、詳しくはわからないけど。
Well, I don't really know the details.
使用人たちの間では、ベアトリーチェの話はある種の怪談扱いになってるよ。
But between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated like a sort of ghost story.
ほら、昨日海岸でシャノンが話してくれたろ?
Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach?
夜見回りをしているとき、不気味な何かを見かけたとか、そういう話。
That story about how one night when she was doing the rounds in the mansion, she saw something unsettling? She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then, I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. But it feels like she was serious when she said it. That's right, she definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
In addition, some servants have also seen the will-o-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around.
カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。
Kanan-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night.
あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。
And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight.
私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が 姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうと囁き合ってるんですよ。
We've whispered together that the Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. But what about when Beatrice wasn't like the big portrait, when she wasn't there? Because she wasn't there for a long time. You know, she was only there fairly recently.
ずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
It happened a while ago, but even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble stories. That's right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same thing I had been told just now.
でも、怯えることはないんですよ。
Well, this is ironic. But there's nothing to be afraid of.
ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。
Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master.
だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad.
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right?
はい。
Correct.
私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方、ベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back.
だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person.
敬わないとお怒りに触れて怪我をする。
If you don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt.
つまり使用人たちにとってお稲荷さんにいたずらしたらお狐様のたたりがあるってくらいには信憑性があるわけだ。
So, to the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari-san, you'll receive Kitsune-sama's curse. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it is said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. Interesting. You also hear about how, if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. Inari shrines are specific types of shrines that are there to worship, like, the harvest. Any wives' tale or myths of anyone was scared of? I've never been really scared of anything. Neighbors, I have a problem, my cat smacked my arm. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? They want attention. But no, I've never really been scared of those things. I've never really believed in them. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way. And the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. Sometimes they put the shrines on top of buildings. So if they're gonna build a building there, they'll put the shrine on the top of the building. They tear it down and put it on the top. I was afraid of the bunny ape, an Australian water beast. Interesting. I've never heard of that. Lots of scary tales for kids in Germany, like a tailor who cuts off your thumbs. I think I heard about that. What the fuck? There's not really that. Like, one of them in America is if you open an umbrella inside, you'll get bad luck. If you break a mirror, you'll get bad luck. But it's not really, I don't know. I don't really hear it too much. With very big scissors? Yeah, kawaii. Kawaii, kawaii. No, there's not. I didn't really experience that too much in America. I don't know. What about a clock tower? It's kind of interesting though. Big Scissors? Big Scissors clock tower? I heard a myth that if there's no secret redeem, there's no abababa. If there's no Featherwiggle redeem, there's no ababa. How is about that? How's about that? You heard of the Natch trap? No. I'm in heaven. We're in heaven. Bam, 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 bam. And this wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. That's true! Talking to Kanky? I know, I can still answer. Hello? I can still answer. This is true. It's how similar how foreigners are baptized how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell. Wait, I don't understand how baptizing works. So, if you are baptized, you will go to heaven no matter what you do? That sounds like cheating. That sounds like cheating. You dip yourself into the water? Yeah. I heard about that, like babies dipping in the holy water by the priest. Cheating sounds familiar. What? I did not cheat. It just means you won't go to purgatory. What? You need to show me something, Nut? Okay. If you sin, you still go to hell even if you're unbaptized. Then what's the point of being baptized? But if you don't do it, you go to hell regardless. So what's the point? You don't know what purgatory is? No. I feel like you're spelling it wrong.
Where's the money, Lebowski? You want that money, Lebowski? Bunny says you're good for it. Where's the fucking money, shithead?
It's down there somewhere. Let me take another look.
Oh my god, that was the best thing I've ever seen in my life. That was amazing. That was amazing. I fucking loved that. Holy shit. That was hilarious. I have not seen that. That was hilarious. Heard about it, but don't know any stories about it. You have to baptize to be a good Christian or hell. Interesting. More like strict church doctrine. I guess so. I should have sent it yesterday. You should have sent it yesterday. That would have made me laugh so fucking hard. Oh my god. It's Big Black Raven that kidnaps children who don't go home before curfew. Ew, scary. Kind of reminds me of the bird that Kala saw. Even though I don't think it was a bird. I think it was a jester. Purgatory is like the empty, boring place where nothing happens between heaven and hell. Is it spelled like that? I thought it's P-U-R-G-A. You were so done yesterday? Yo, you know, after yesterday, I learned that we all have different senses of humor. And some of you guys are just really weird. Didn't come until we started talking about baptism, right? Yeah. You never seen that meme? Man, that meme was old enough. It's still gold to watch. It's fucking hilarious. I've never seen it. You better not be watching VTubers on your phone after bedtime. Or else the big evil bird is gonna get you. It's purgatory, right? The bird will get you. Spelled purgatory, right? Everyone's spelling it wrong. I can't spell for shit, so don't worry. That's okay. I know. Chat reflects the streamer. Fizzing to the core. Chat reflects the streamer. Come on, man. Come on, man. Sometimes, like, I kind of want to do a try not to make me laugh challenge, but you guys gotta send things that are actually funny and not things that make me feel uncomfortable. Purgatory about to be the new pregnant. Don't judge, appreciate how diverse and different we are, but get along. Humans are amazing. Yo, you are so fucking right, Chloe. That was music to my fucking ears. I loved it. I won't judge. You're right. I should be happy that I have such a diverse, like, chat. Yeah, such a diverse chat. You guys are all amazing. You're right. Purgatory's not a boring place. My jokes made streamer laugh. Okay. Please always find me weird. Oh, I will. Do better, chat. Oh, I'm also in chat. Oh, no. But making you uncomfortable is the funny part. Listen, if that's what you were trying to do, you did an amazing job. My cat video and DVD video made me smirk. Oh, I gotta say, the DVD video, I didn't know if I would find it funny because I never really played Day by Daylight. I watched some of it, but there was enough in it that I could understand, and I laughed. All the videos I posted made you react and laugh quite a lot, I remember. That's good. Forgot to ask where to submit the memes yesterday. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We'll do another one another time. Maybe we'll make it a try not to make Tenchi laugh challenge instead of just like a normal one. And I think that even with the try not to make me laugh challenges, you can use the same shit that you used before because sometimes those make me laugh again. But most of mine were funny. I always enjoy non-Europeans trying to understand. Oh my god, I did not understand. But you know, it's okay because you didn't need to understand. You didn't really need to understand because the joke at the end, like, it was still funny. They had the robber telling him about his sad life with his mom and stuff, and then he just bangs him over the head. It was great. We will show you next time. Please do. Always fun there. There's just one WoW. Wait, there's one in the WoW guild. Oh, and then you can't even understand them. I will send Family Guy. You know what? I'm not going to say no to Family Guy, but you're probably not going to make me laugh with it. Nowadays, try to get enjoyable match even today while you're streaming the games. Oh, it's hard to get an enjoyable match in Dead by Daylight. Hello, Taco Mango Man. How you doing? So fucking high during the videos with the two guys in the snow. I couldn't understand a fucking word. It's okay. No one could. No one could, man. No one could. How you doing, Taco? The Scottish guy had loads of skits and even a Twitch channel. What? He's called Lemmy. Interesting. I didn't know that. I could not understand that man. He's speaking English, but I can't understand it. You're tired? Did you just wake up? Good morning. Get some coffee, some tea, get the day started. Full-time streamer for the early EU hours. Really? Interesting. A full-time streamer. That's incredible. For now, Honkai Game is helping. Oh, yeah. Don't you know the Feather vs. Steel video? I mean, I've heard of the joke before. I don't know about the video. What did you have for lunch? I just had a smoothie. What did you have? Well, I guess it hasn't been lunch. Have you had breakfast yet? 7:45? Going straight back to sleep? Oh, well, that's... You know what? Do that. Yeah, do that, man. Go back to sleep. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we should get back to Umineko. Sorry, we got distracted because of the baptized thing that I don't know much about. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. I beg to differ with the video I just watched. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. Some people still do believe in things. Excuse me, Battler. Some people still do. My sister didn't cry was interesting. She's like, I know everything. I'm not, and I don't care if I am or not. That's fine. I'm not either. I'm not either. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship.
じゃあ、つまり
So in other words,
この島でとても人間技とは思えない何かが起これば、それはベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
if anything
となるわけか。
if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice.
シャノンちゃんも言ってた気がするな。
I think Shannon-chan said it herself.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
Windows and doors and locks that were tightly shut would be open the next time you went to check them.
消したはずの明かりがついていたり、つけたはずの明かりが消えていたりとか。
Lights that should have been on went out, and lights that should have been out were turned on.
んで、確かジェシカは朝出かけようとしたらカバンが見つからないのもベアトリーチェの仕業だって言ってふざけてたんだよね。
And if I remember, even Jessica was joking about it, saying it was also the work of Beatrice when she couldn't find her bag in the morning. It was Beatrice. Oh my god. Don't say her name in vain. Your memory's pretty good. That's true. His memory is unreasonably good, but I guess it's for the sake of the story.
普通なら妖精さんが隠したとでも言うところが、この島ではベアトリーチェがになるってだけの話だぜ。
Normally you'd say some little imps took them, but on the island it's Beatrice. Battler grew up before the internet. There's nothing for him to do. There's nothing to corrupt his brain with. Except for magazines.
ま、そんなくだらない話さ。
Well, it's all pretty stupid though.
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。
This mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it? That's kind of young.
それだけになれば、多少の怪談やオカルトは生まれてくるものだよ。
It's natural for things that old to get their fair share of ghosts and occult stories. No, I don't think so. This is actually still fairly new. And it's very interesting that they're saying all of this, making the reader believe that this is normal, when this is definitely not normal. 30 years is nothing. Nothing about this is normal, but they're acting like it's normal. It's very interesting.
学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
Like the 7 mysteries at a school.
そこで
But that's where all
チェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
spin the chessboard around.
え？
What?
つまりこの島では人間にはできないことはベアトリーチェの仕業と置き換えることができるルールがあるってわけだ。
Simply put, on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans.
人間にはできないこと。
Things that humans can't do.
人間は何人だ？
How many humans are here?
18人だ。
You better lower that number, good sir. Several of them have died. 18.
つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとってこの事件は魔女の仕業だとアピールしてることになる。
In other words, the culprit is using the rules of this island to make it look like a witch committed this crime.
つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよと訴えたくて仕方がないわけだ。
Which proves that they desperately want us to think a 19th person did it.
気に入らねえぜ。
I don't like it. There are 18 humans, not all of them are alive, though. Oh my god.
全然気に入らねえ。
Zenzen kinirane. I don't like it one bit.
気に入らないって何がだよ。
What do you mean you don't like it?
仮に不可視の19人目が存在してそいつが自分の存在をアピールしたいなら
Let's assume some invisible 19th person exists and wants people to know they exist.
俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing.
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean by perfect timing?
あ
Well,
あだって 事件は深夜から未明にかけて起こったの？
The crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right?
深夜まで話し合いをしてたり、夜勤をしてたり、あるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたり。
We had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night, some people on night shifts, and some people who'd returned to their rooms and were sleeping.
どいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで、十分内部犯行が疑える段階だ。
Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was an inside job.
ジョージの兄貴もエヴァおばさんに聞かされてるんだろ？
George Aniki, Aunt Ava probably told you too, right?
内部犯行の可能性が高いって話。
That there's a good chance this crime was an inside job? Yes.
まあね。
I guess.
つまり、不可視の19人目が実在したなら、最初の事件は自分のアピールに失敗してるんだ。
In other words, if this invisible 19th person really exists and wants to let us know, this first crime was a complete failure. I'm not normal, so I don't have a good reference point. My man's battler's got some point. He's got some point.
いや、そもそも時間帯がミステイクだ。
No, in the first place, they chose the wrong time of day to do it.
不可視の19人目をアピールするためには、
If the invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves,
死んだ6人以外の12人が、
they
全員
had
白であることが確定している状況下で行われなければならない。
they had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
疑わしい人間がゼロにならなきゃ、自分の存在をアピールできないんだよ。
As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19th person's attempt to highlight their presence fails.
だから、全員のアリバイが一番あやふやになる深夜の時間帯は、
That's why near midnight, when everyone's alibis are at their vaguest,
19人目にとって、自分が一番あやふやになる時間帯でもある。
the 19th person's existence is also at its vaguest. Damn, he's smart.
にもかかわらず、その時間を選んで犯行に及んだ。
And yet, the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time.
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば、18人の誰かが疑われるのは明白。
By committing the crime then, one of those 18 would obviously be suspected.
にもかかわらず、マリアに手紙を渡して魔女を名乗り、誰もが自分でないと否定している。
And yet, someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone denies they did it.
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいると、こう言いたいのかよ。
In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19th person called Beatrice exists?
なんだかぶっ飛んだ発想だな。
It's a pretty crazy idea.
まだお袋の屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が信憑性があるってもんだぜ。
I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible.
まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると疑っているのかよ。
Battler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit.
あ
I do.
あ、何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在すると認めさせようとしている。
Someone's trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists.
そうさ、昨夜のあの手紙からもう事件は始まっていたんだ。
That's right. This whole thing started as far back as the letter last night.
証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。
I don't have any basis or proof.
鉄板を逆さにした限りじゃ、俺の見立てはこんなところだ。
But with the chessboard turned around, this is my best guess.
飛びまくってるにも程があるぜ。
Seriously, that's too crazy.
妙な推理小説の読みすぎじゃねえのかよ。
You sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective novels? Has he? Does he read?
でも、無視できない着眼点もあるね。
However, it's an angle we can't ignore.
19人目がいるかいないかは別にしても、
Whether there's a 19th person or not,
その犯人は確実にこの島のルールにのっとって 何かを仕掛けてきている。
The culprit's definitely planning something involving that rule above this island. Yes, he loves mystery novels. Okay. I think the more apt question is, can he read? Apparently, yes. Apparently his hobby is reading mystery novels. Comes handy, doesn't it?
僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて、少しだけ気持ち悪いことを思い出してたんだよ。
Just now, listening to Battler-kun talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing.
気持ち悪いことって？
Something disturbing?
うん。
Yes.
覚えてるかい？
Do you remember?
ベアトリーチェの手紙。
Yatoriichi's letter.
ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を行うと言っていたね。
It said that Beatorici was going to collect interest.
そして利子とは後宮家のすべてだと言った。
And by interest, it mentioned everything of the Ushiromiya families. Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous night.
言ってたぜ。
Yeah, it said that.
確かに言ってた。
Definitely said that.
そして利子の回収をこれから行うが、黄金の謎を解いたら、その権利を失うとも言ってたよな。
That the collection of the interest was going to take place shortly. But if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she'd lose that right.
おじいさまは黄金を授かり、後宮家を再興した。
Huh? Wait a second, I have a thought. Now, I don't know if this thought is a good thought or a bad thought, but grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the Ushiromiya family. Do you think that this happened before? And the grandfather was the one who won? Everyone died? But he was the only one alive and found the gold and took it? Do you think? Could be he survived the original. Yeah! Original battle royale. I mean, it wasn't technically a battle royale. It was an earthquake that wiped out most of the family. But maybe the earthquake is something covering it up. It will be, and all that would be shall come to pass. All that will be will become learned.
つまり黄金を資本に生み出したものすべてが利子だってベアトリーチェは言っている。
In other words, according to Beatorici, everything created using the gold as a capital counts as part of the interest. I like your line of thought, thank you. I mean, how else would he know Beatorici? Maybe something happened before this. Maybe she's been in the line of family for generations.
つまり
Which means...
冗談きついぜ兄貴。
That's pretty scary for a joke, Aniki.
まさか後宮家のすべて。
You don't mean everything of the Ushiromiya family.
つまりじいさまが生み出したものすべてってことは。
In other words, everything that grandfather gave birth to.
じいさまから血を分けた一族のことを指すってのかよ。
In other words, everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins.
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら
If you interpret the letter that way,
この殺人はベアトリーチェが行った正当な利子の回収ということになる。
these murders are just Beatorici legitimately collecting interest. Why haven't these guys linked the deaths to the plaque? Epitaph or whatever. Why have these guys not linked it yet? I don't understand why they're not linking it. I do not think they have linked it once so far. I don't know why they're ignoring it. Plot-related memory hole, probably.
となればこの事件はまだ続くよ。
Drama moment? What kind of drama moment? If that's the case, these crimes will continue.
利子の回収はまだ途中なんだからね。
Because the collection of interest is still only halfway completed. George turned around, looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiromiya. And because Golda-san and Shannon-chan had been killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe, despite lacking the Ushiromiya name. Well, I mean, they're technically paid in money.
私たち全員を殺すつもりかよ。
So are they planning to kill us all?
でもおかしいよ、ジョージ兄さん。
But that's weird, George Nissan.
ならどうして6人だけ？
Oh, here we go. In that case, why only 6 people?
他に大勢殺せたはず。
They should have been able to kill a lot more.
下手をすれば寝込みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも可能だったはず。
At worst, it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them in a single night.
どうしてそれをしなかったの？
Why didn't they do that?
特別条項だよ。
The special clause.
黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら、利子の権利は失われる。
If someone manages to solve the riddle of the gold, their right to the interest will be lost.
そして手紙の最後にはこう結ばれていたはずだよ。
I remember how the letter ended.
おじい様の黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみろとね。
It challenged us all to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold.
Jesus!
Jesus! What, Battler? What about Jesus? Jesus. Jesus. I want to hear him say that again. They didn't link it so far, then there must be some debate further in the future. Definitely. Definitely. Jesus.
ようやく犯人のメッセージが分かってきたじゃねえか。
It looks like we're finally understanding the culprit's message. Let me just tell you, no one in Japan exclaims Jesus. No one in Japan does that. The writer is definitely like a Westaboo.
つまり犯人は俺たちにじい様のあの碑文の謎を解いてみやがると言ってるわけだ。
Thank you! Thank you, Battler! In other words, the culprit's telling us to try and solve the riddle on the epitaph grandfather had made.
しかもぼやぼやしてればどんどん利子の回収を進めちまうつもりだ。
On top of that, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting interest. I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there. But not everything that happened in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. Jesus, thank you for the clip. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that makes us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be too narrow. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness. And then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. Okay. Mama, Kaori-chan, Kaori-chan. してくれてありがとう。元気? In a perfect world, men like me, Paddler, would not exist. He is not perfect enough. For the time being, I put aside whether the 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsuhi said it was ridiculous and dismissed it.
確かに
Of course.
そう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得がいくっていうもんや。
If you think about it that way, even the letter from yesterday makes sense.
その動機はなかなかええ線をいっとると思うで。
That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts.
マリアちゃんに手紙を渡したのが誰かはさておきな。
Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria Chan the letter. We're back with Maria Chan. 元気だよ、ママは元気。私も元気。朝、カラちゃんと一緒にコラボしました。そうそうそう、パズルゲームとコラボしました。めっちゃ楽しかった。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
ビアトリーチ exists!
Oh!
Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh.
隠し黄金など存在しません。
There is no hidden gold.
ですが、その存在を盲信する犯人がお父様の黄金を目当てで、
However, if the culprit is blindly sure of its existence,
それを私たちに解かせて横領を企んでいるという動機は、なるほどとうなずけるものがあります。
and if they're trying to make us solve the riddle before snatching the gold away from themselves, then I will agree it makes sense. 見たかった。楽しかったよ。でも、ちょっと難しかったね。ちょっと難しかった。私のせいだったかも。
しかし、ならばなぜ後宮家の主要な人物ばかりを最初に殺したのです？
However, if that were the case, why would they start by killing those most highly ranked in the Ushinomiya family? After Maria went full schizo, it's really strange seeing her go all ooh cute. It is.
道理ですな。
I see your point.
謎を解かせるなら、金蔵さんに近しい人物を先に殺すことは得策ではないはずです。
If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo-san doesn't sound like a good plan to me.
そうね。
So, nah. That's true enough.
それにその論法で行くんだったら最初にお父様を脅迫した方が早くない？
And if we're going with that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker to threaten father in the first place? ゲームは難しい方が楽しいよ。そうだね。見るの方が楽しいかもけどね。やるのはちょっとイライラになっちゃったけど。For the top ranks, it would be too obvious who is the culprit, you think? やっぱまだ生きてたのか。まだ生きてるよ。残念だが。まだ生きてるよ。もうそろそろ死ぬかもけどね。
私たちに謎を解かせるよりも本人に答えを聞いた方が早いはずよ。
You'd think it'd be faster to just ask the person who wrote it, rather than try to force us to solve it.
確かにその通りや。
You've got a point there.
もっともお父さんが並大抵の脅迫で口を割るとは思えんが。
Still, I think it'd take more than your average threat to make father spill the beans.
金蔵さんをよく知る方なら、金蔵さんが並大抵の脅しには屈しないことをよく存じているでしょう。
Anyone who knows Kinzo-san well would probably realize that he won't bow to ordinary threats. He will bow to Beatrice, though. 確かに難しいゲームを見るのが楽しいでしょう。I know the culprit, it was the potted plants. I see. これ何？これ中国語。
愛。
あ、相変わらず喋り方うざい。めっちゃうざいけど、この、まあ、私のリスナーさん、男のみんなめっちゃ好きけどね。私もうざいと思ってる。Have you seen her PNG? I know a certain clout fiend who would definitely do all of this to resurrect his Oshi. Oh my god. Her PNG, I haven't seen it in this game. I bet it looks like the one in the, you know, photo painting, but I haven't seen it.
これだけの財産を持つ後宮家を背負われる方です。
He's the man who bears responsibility for the Ushiromiya family and all its vast wealth.
今日まで様々な攻撃や脅迫にさらされてきました。
He's been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past.
それら全てに打ち勝ってきたからこそ今日の繁栄があるのです。
The family only prospers today because he was able to overcome all of them.
それに関しては私も同感だぜ。
That's freaking right.
うちのじい様が脅されて何かに従うなんてちょっと想像もつかないぜ。
I can't even imagine our grandfather obeying someone because of a threat. エヴァが好きは見る目ないな。私もわかんないけどね。私もわかんないよ。パッパッ、よしよし。私もよしよしの、スティッカーかな。スティッカーできたよ。見て、かおりちゃん。見て見て。よしよしできるよ。よしよしよしよし。You see nothing? Nope, I've seen nothing. よしよしよし。よしよし、ありがとう。
ジェシカ、言葉遣いがはしたないです。
Jessica, watch your language.
はい。
Yes, Mom.
ならこういう発想はどうだろう。
In that case, what about this idea? よしよし、嬉しい。ありがと
Watch your
う。
profanity.
なんで？
いや、これもぶっ飛んでるか。
No, wait. Is this one also way out there? I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. They say most people who have died in battle were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forward towards the enemy troops with a wall of them. So keep shooting over and over. Create a wall as you push forward towards the truth.
犯人が隠された黄金が狙いってんなら、俺たちに解かせるのは効率が悪い。
If the culprit is after the hidden gold, forcing us to solve the riddle wouldn't be very efficient for them. Yeah, Bo. My man's battler knows how to play games. He do.
謎を作った本人に答えを聞く方が手っ取り早いさ。
It'd be much quicker and easier to ask the person who made it in the first place.
じゃあさ、これはつまり。
In that case, the question is...
すべてじいさまに当てたメッセージってことじゃないのか。
Is this all a message directed at grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off, one by one. What if we weren't what if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? If you think about it that way, it explains grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit has already attacked grandfather, then judging by the state of the 6 corpses we're left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So, does it mean that grandfather has been kidnapped and is being held somewhere?
そんな。
How could...
まさか、そんな。
You aren't saying... How could...
面白い話じゃない？
That sounds interesting.
つまり、お父様はどこかに監禁されていて、黄金のありかを話さないと次々に殺人を繰り返すぞと脅されているわけ。
So grandfather's being confined somewhere, and the culprit says we'll be killed off one by one if he doesn't tell them where the gold is?
その話のどこが面白いのか理解に苦しみます。
It pains me to imagine how you find that interesting. Aunt Natsuki glared at her, but Aunt Eva just smiled calmly.
この時間になっても姿を現さない以上、おじい様が事件に巻き込まれているのはほぼ間違いないと思います。
Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that grandfather's gotten caught up in the crime. Eva 最低でしょ。So anyway, it
それを
started
思えば
blasting.
バトラ君の仮説も無視することはできないんじゃないですか。
If you think about it, you can't just ignore Battler-kun's theory, right?
ジョージは黙ってなさい。
Georgie wa damatte nasai. Be quiet, George.
そもそもお父様っていついなくなったのかしら？
In the first place, when did father actually disappear?
最後にお父さんの姿を見たのは誰や？
Darimo. Who was the last person to see father?
多分私でしょう。
It was probably me.
今朝主人たちの姿が見えないと騒ぎになった時、お父様の書斎にいるかもしれないという話になり、
This morning, when we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we discussed the possibility of them being in father's study.
私がお部屋にお伺いしてそこでご挨拶をしました。
And I went to check his room and greeted him there.
そういえば書斎の鍵をずっと借りっぱなしですね。
Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study this whole time, haven't I?
源氏、これは返しておきます。
Genji, let me return this to you. Aunt Natsu pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Ava giggled.
ねえ源氏さん、どうせ警察はお父様の部屋も徹底的に捜査すると思うわ。
Hey, Genji-san, I'm sure the police will inspect father's room thoroughly.
何を隠していてもどうせ暴かれちゃう。
If there's anything hidden there, it'll just be exposed anyway.
だったらちょっと早く今この場で話してくれてもいいんじゃないかしら。
So maybe it'd be better if you just told us about it right here, right now. That emote looks like it has a mustache.
何のお話でしょうか？
What are you talking about?
シンプルな話よ。お父様の書斎はその鍵がなければ外から入ることはできない密室よ。
It's simple. Father's study is a closed room, with no way in or out except for that key, right? It's shimpuru. She still thinks there will be a police investigation. I know. Well, I mean, they don't know. They don't know.
その定義の確認をしたいの。
I want to verify whether that's true.
お父様の部屋には入り口が一つある。
There is one entrance to father's study.
あとは窓？
What about the window?
他に出入り口は？
Any other entrances or exits?
ありません。
There are none.
中に入るには入り口しかありません。
There is no way to get in except the entrance.
間違いなくね。
You're sure about that?
秘密の隠し扉なんかがあったりはしないのね。
There isn't some secret hidden door or anything?
お父様が不在である以上、後ろ宮家の最高序列者は私よ。
Since father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushiromiya family.
その後ろ宮家の当主代行として聞いているの。
I am asking you as a representative of the Ushiromiya family head.
それを理解した上で答えなさい。
Remember that when you answer me.
あの部屋には入り口以外に他に出入り口は？
Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main entrance?
お父様の最高の側近だったあなたは知っているはずよ。
As father's closest aide, I'm sure you would know. And Natsuhi looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on about the hidden doors?
カノン君も熊沢さんも知ってるなら教えてくれない？
You too, Kanan-kun and Kumasawa-san. If you know, won't you tell me? Kinzo Waffle stomped himself through the drain. Oh my god, I can't believe I learned about that.
あるならあるって言ってくれた方がいいの。
If there is one, it'd be better if you say so.
じゃないと今からある人がとても追い詰められることになるわよ。
Otherwise, a certain person might be driven into a corner in a second.
隠し扉があると仮定されたら、私の話はすべて水の泡。
If we assume that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing. And Ava didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner. But following the flow of the conversation, I had to feel that she was referring to Aunt Natsuhi.
母さん、何の話？
Mother, what are you talking about?
ジョージは少し黙ってなさい。
George, stay quiet for a bit.
どうなの？
What do you say?
源氏さん。
Genji-san.
カノン君。
Kanon-kun?
そして熊沢さん。
Or Kumasawa-san?
隠し扉はあるの？
Is there a hidden door?
ないの？
Or not?
源氏さんはお父様が書斎を改造した時、施工業者の監督をしていたはず。
Genji-san, when you remodeled Father's study, you must have overseen the construction.
知らないとは言わせないわよ。
I won't let you say you don't know.
そのようなものは親方様の書斎にはありません。
There is nothing like that in the master's study.
間違いなく？
You sure?
片翼のわしを許されたカノン君。
What about Kanon-kun, the one who's allowed to wear the one-winged eagle?
はい、
That's right.
間違いなく
I'm sure.
親方様の書斎に隠し扉などありません。
There's no such hidden door in the master's study.
熊沢さんは？
いえ、私も聞いたことがありませんよ。
No, I haven't heard of such a thing.
お父様と親交の深い南條先生は？
What about Dr. Nanjo? You've had a close relationship with father.
私もそんなものは聞いたことがありませんな。
I have never heard of something like that.
結構。
Very well then.
じゃあいい？
So are you ready?
話を始めるわよ。
Let me begin.
とってもシンプルな話なの。
It's very shimpuru. Everyone tilted their head, doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Eva was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Eva laughed triumphantly, as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew.
お父様を最後に目撃したのは夏日姉さんよね。
Natsuhi-san was the last person to spot father, right?
詳しい時間は忘れちゃったけど、今朝の9時前くらいのことだと思ったわ。
I forgot the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 o'clock in the morning.
姉さん、覚えてる？
Ne-san, do you remember?
私、あなたがお父様の書斎からちょうど出てくるところに出くわしたわよね。
I ran into you just as you were coming out of father's study, right?
ええ、覚えています。
Yes, I remember.
それが何だというのですか？
What does that have to do with anything?
そして次に姉さんがお父様の書斎を訪れたのは
And when was the next time you went to visit father's study?
兄さんたちの遺体が見つかってからよね。
That was after we found the bodies of Nissan and the rest, right?
それを報告しに書斎に上がり、そこで私と一緒に不在を確認したわ。
Together with me, you went up there to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there.
ところで姉さん。
By the way, Ne-san,
その時、お父様の書斎に入ろうとして気づいたことはなかったかしら？
at that time, when you went to enter father's study, did you notice anything?
気づいたこと？
Notice anything?
何のことですか？
What are you talking about?
ほら、ゴミを拾ったでしょ。
Come on, you picked up some trash.
畳んだレシートを。
A folded receipt.
確かにそんなゴミを拾った気がします。
I do seem to remember picking up some trash.
それが何か？
How is that relevant?
そのレシートは私が飛行場に着く前に寄った売店で飴玉を買った時にもらったものよ。
I got that receipt when I bought some candy at a store before arriving at the airport. Aunt Eva pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag.
ああ、あの時に買った飴のレシート。
Ah, the receipt from that candy you brought back here.
でも母さん、そのレシートの話が何と関係あるの？
But mother, what does that recipe have to do with anything?
ジョージ、もうちょい黙って聞いとってや。
Georgie, ちょっとかわいそうじゃないですか。George, stay quiet and listen for just a bit longer. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently he understood what Ava was getting at.
本当にこれは気まぐれよ。
It really was just a whim.
何かを予見してたとか。
I definitely didn't foresee anything.
ましてや夏日姉さんを罠にかけようとか、そんなのじゃ断じてないんだから。
Or try to set up a trap for Natsuhi-san or anything like that. George keeps getting sent to the corner.
実はね、そのレシート。
Actually, about that receipt.
姉さんがお父様と最後に会って出てきて、そこで私と会ったでしょ？
Nesan, you remember bumping into me right after the last time you saw father, right?
その時、書斎の扉に私が挟み込んだものなのよ。
At that time, I wedged this into the door to the study.
ってことは
What does that
どういう
mean?
ことですか？
What does that mean?
つまり夏日おばさんがそのレシートを拾うまで誰もドアを開けていない。
Are you saying no one opened the door until Aunt Natsuhi picked up that receipt?
ちょっと待ってよエヴァおばさん。
Wait a second, Aunt Ava.
レシート挟むなんてバレバレだって。
Wedging a receipt in would be obvious.
じいさまが外出した時に気づいて面白がってもう一回挟み直した可能性も。
It's possible that when grandfather opened the door, he noticed it, found it amusing, and stuck it back in the door. あるわけないでしょ。ジョージに当たり、強いな、みんな。そう、ちょっとかわいそうでしょ。ジョージ黙って。みんなが言ってる。I wish Eva would pick me up like trash. Oh my god. Jessica hurriedly attacked back. She still didn't really know what this all meant, but she realized that whatever it was, it raised suspicion about her own mother.
もちろん、バレないようにレシートは小さく折りたたんだわ。
Of course, I folded the receipt up very small so that no one would notice.
でもね、レシートが落ちるところを仮に見たとしても、扉のどこの高さの部分に挟み込んであったかは正確にはわかんないんじゃない？
But even if you assumed that he saw it fall, he would have no way of knowing how high up the door it had been stuck, right?
私は夏日姉さんが鍵を取り出している間に確認したわ。
I checked it while Natsuhine-san was taking out the key.
レシートが挟み込まれた位置は寸分の1ミリの違いもなく私が挟んだ場所だった。
The receipt was still stuck, not 1 millimeter away from where I put it.
なぜそんな子供じみたいたずらをされるのか理解できません。
I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank.
大方、私の部屋の扉にいたずらをしたのもあなたでしょう。
I'll bet you were the one who did that prank on my door to my room, too.
夏日さんの部屋の扉？
The door to your room.
不愉快な話だったので話しませんでしたが、
It was unpleasant to talk about, so I never mentioned it.
今朝目が覚めたら扉の外側にあのシャッターの落書きと同じと思われる赤い塗料でいたずらがされていたのです。
But when I woke up this morning, there were signs of some prank on the outside of my door, with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter.
かきむしったような気持ちの悪い跡で。
There were some unpleasant marks, as though someone had been tearing at the door.
なんやその話。
Wait, what's this?
なんで今まで黙っとったんや。
Why'd you keep quiet about this till now?
申し訳ありません。あの後、立て続けにいろいろと恐ろしいことが起こったため、今の今まで失念していました。
My apologies. Since so many horrible things have occurred since then, I'd completely forgotten about it until this moment.
知らないわよ、そんなの。
I don't know anything about that.
私がしてるのは姉さんの部屋じゃなくて、お父様の部屋の扉の話よ。
I'm not talking about your door, but the door to father's room, right?
姉さんがお父様がいるのを確認してから、私と一緒に不在を確認するまでの間、あの扉は一度も開かれてないのよ。
Between the time you confirmed that he was in the room and the time we confirmed that he wasn't. That door wasn't opened even once.
扉を使わず、どうやってお父様は外に出たのかしら？
どうやって？ How did father get out of there if he didn't use the door?
そんなことは知りません。
I don't know that.
私が知りたいくらいです。
That's what I want to know.
夏日姉さんの他にお父さんの在室を確認したのは誰や？
Natsuhine-san, other than you. Who else checked to see whether father was in his room?
ゆうべ金蔵さんとチェスをしたのが夕食の直前までご一緒だったはずです。
Last night, the last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess, so I was with him before dinner. Hello, Oyana. How are you doing? Eva, やばいね。 Kinzo knows where he is at Kinzo knows where he is at all time. He knows this because he knows where he isn't. Okay.
それより後の時間は誰かおらんのか
Who saw him after that?
私です。
I did.
昨夜の晩餐のお世話をしております。
I gave him his dinner last night.
はい。僕とシャノンも一緒でした。
Shannon and I were with him.
ここまでは間違いなくお父さんも部屋にいたやろな。
So at that time, father was still definitely in his room.
だがな、夏日姉さん。不在だった書斎は窓も扉もすべて閉め切られた状態だったそうやないか。
However, Natsuhine-san, when you found out he wasn't there, it looked like all ways in or out of the study were closed, right?
なのに夏日さんは今朝お父さんに会って話をした言うと。
But even so, you said you met with him this morning.
私には皆さんが何を険悪になっているのか分かりません。
I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy.
どなたか説明してくださいますかな。
Could someone please explain it to me?
父さんと母さんは
ちょっとジョージ黙って。ジョージ黙って。うるさいんだ。
夏日おばさんが今朝おじい様に会ったというのは
Father and mother, are you saying that what Natsuhi says about meeting grandfather this morning
嘘だと言っているのかい
was a lie?
嘘なんかつくもんかよ。母さんは潔白だぜ。
Like how'd she lie about that? Mom's guiltless.
人権。
ジョージに人権を。You can take away the distance of where he is from where he isn't, or vice versa, depending on which is bigger. What? What?
なんで嘘なんかつくんだよ。
Why would she lie?
ジェシカ、言葉遣いを直しなさいといつも言っています。
Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Ava and Aunt Natsuhi confronted each other across parlor tables.
Watch your profanity.
Bruh.
With George confronting Jessica. What the heck's going on?
複数の人間の目撃があるのは昨晩までよ。
Oh god. Hello, Kage. I sure do hope nothing sad has happened. Not yet, not yet. Speak of the devil. The Kinzo knows where he is at all times. He knows this because he knows where he isn't by subtracting where he is from where he isn't. Or where he isn't from where he is. Whichever is greater. He obtains a difference or deviation. The Kinzo guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the Kinzo from a position where he is to a position where she isn't. And arriving at a position where he isn't, he is now. He now is. Can I ask where that's from? Can I ask where that's from? What the hell did I just read? Head hurting.
でも今朝以降、お父様の姿を見たと称するのは夏日姉さんただ一人。
But since this morning, the only one who claims to have seen father is Natsuhine-san.
そして私の挟んだレシートが物語る奇妙な事実。
And then there's that strange fact we learned from my receipt.
さあ、この点と点はどうやれば結べるのかしら？
So, how can we connect these points together? Aunt Ava urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I don't know which other points to tie it to, or how. If we try searching for the answer Aunt Ava probably wants, we'll find that Aunt Natsuhi lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Ava's?
わけわかんねえぜ。なんで母さんが嘘をつかなきゃならないんだよ。
I don't get it at all. Why would mom have to lie? What's this?
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater. It obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is.
Eh? Soka. I understand. I understand. I've never heard of that meme before. Did I get it? Totally. Totally got it. Totally got it. Yep. She had no reason to, right?
その理由は私も知りたいわよ。
That's what I want to know too.
Jessica-chan.
Oh, sorry. That's what I want to know too. But Jessica-chan.
お父様の材質を偽る価値が全くないとは限らないのよ。
But Jessica-chan, you can't be sure she has no reason to lie and say that grandfather was in the room.
推理小説でもたまに出てくるでしょ。
After all, you see it in mystery novels every now and then.
生存時刻を偽ることによって自分のアリバイを偽証するトリックよ。
That trick where people fake the time of death to create an alibi for themselves?
なんだそりゃ。
What are you talking about?
そんなの聞いたことないぜ。
I've never heard of that.
お父様はまだ見つからないけれど、普通に考えればもう殺されていると考えるのが自然でしょうね。
We still haven't found father yet, but it's pretty natural to assume that he's already been killed. No, it's not. What am I reading in chat?
となれば必ず近いうちに死体は見つかる。
If that's true, there's no doubt we'll find his corpse soon.
その時死亡時刻をうまく偽ることができれば夏日姉さんはアリバイを作ることができるのよ。
Yeah. If at that point the time of death could be cleverly faked, Natsuhine-san would be able to create an alibi.
わかる？
Do you understand?
みんな
Everyone? This morning, when Aunt Natsuhi confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied. And he was already dead at the time? And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago? That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi, even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she could say, I heard someone scream. Dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava's saying?
バカバカしい。推理小説など、所詮は娯楽小説。
Ridiculous. After all, detective novels are merely books for the purpose of entertainment. じゃあ、これは何？これは一緒じゃない？これは一緒じゃない？ No blood evidence, terrible news. The person you hate's the most has a point.
そんなものばかり読んでいるから、そのような不謹慎な発想に至るのです。
You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time.
そうだぜ。死亡時刻を少しくらいごまかしたって、そんなの警察が検視すりゃ一発でバレるじゃねえかよ。
That's right. Even if she did try to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy.
古典の世界だったらともかく、現代日本でそんなトリック本気で通用すると思ってんのかよ。
That might have worked in the past, but do you really think that kind of trick would work in modern Japan?
おかしいぜ。
Doesn't make any sense.
そうかしら。今朝南條先生が亡くなった人たちの死体を見て死亡時刻を曖昧に見積もられたわよ。
You think so? This morning, when Dr. Nanjo looked at all of the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death, right?
検視結果は環境や個体差に非常に左右されやすい。
Autopsy results are very easily affected by the environment and individual differences.
数時間単位で誤差の出る非常にアバウトなものなのよ。
About na mono. It's very relative estimate. It's a very relative estimate with an uncertainty of several hours.
しかも困ったことに警察の科学的な捜査は明日にならないとできない。
And unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow.
そこまでの正確な死亡時刻を測ることなんてジェシカちゃんの言う現代日本でもそうそう簡単なことじゃないのよ。
It wouldn't be easy to measure the correct time of death so accurately, even in modern Japan.
ねえ、南條先生。
Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo?
検視は経験と勘の必要な非常に難しい作業です。
Examining a corpse is an extremely difficult task that requires both experience and instinct.
誤診率も非常に高いと聞いております。
I have heard that there is a very high chance of a mistaken diagnosis.
確かにほんの数時間程度の誤差を出してしまうことは大いにあり得るでしょうな。
I imagine it is very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur.
しかしアリバイの世界は数時間もあれば十分やで。
However, for an alibi, that's more than enough.
古典のトリックとちゃう。
To chow, chow chow. It's an old trick.
十分に通用するトリックなんや。
It's a trick that works well enough.
夏日姉さん、わしらあんたを疑いたいわけやないんやで。
Natsuhine-san, it's not like we want to suspect you, okay?
疑いとうないから潔白を示してほしいだけなんや。
We just want to prove your innocence so we don't have to suspect you.
何の潔白を示せというのですか。
Ju motteru kedo. What is this innocence you want me to prove?
今朝私は確かにお父様にお会いしました。
This morning I definitely met with father.
そして心の中に片翼のわしを刻めとお言葉をいただいて。
Oh. And he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart.
あのお言葉をも否定するというのですか。
Are you denying that he said that too?
それだけは断じて許せません。
I will certainly not permit that.
お父様がかけられた言葉までも否定することは
I won't let
断
you...
じて許せません。
Go, man. I won't let you deny that father said those words.
あるいはお父様の遺体は出てこないのかしら。
Or maybe father's body won't appear anywhere.
普通失踪は死亡宣告に7年かかるもの。
Normally, a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially dead. Maybe in Japan, I don't know about other places.
余命残りわずかなお父様を7年も延命し、その財産を独占するにはなんともうまいやり方じゃない。
Dude, that her fucking how she sounds. Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend father's nearly finished life another 7 years and keep all of his wealth for yourself? She plays dirty, I love her? No way. No way, I hate her. It's like 1 to 3 months here? What the fuck, nut?
聞き捨てなりません。
Natsuhi? Put the gun down. Put the gun down. I can't let you get away with saying that.
それ以上は聞き捨てがなりません。
I can't let you get away with saying any more.
私は後宮夏
I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi.
この身に片翼のわしをまとう資格はなくとも胸の中にしかと刻まれています。
Although I do not have a right to wear the one angled on my body, it is certainly engraved in my heart.
当主跡継ぎのクラウスの妻としてその責務を代行する私に向かって何たる暴言。
What do you think you're saying to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, and the one who will act as such in his place?
何？
What's this?
その銃で私を撃つの？
Are you gonna shoot me with that gun?
いいわよ。
Go ahead.
撃っちゃえば。
If only you just shoot.
どうせ言い逃れも思いつかなくて苦し紛れなんでしょ。
You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, right?
やりなさいよ。暴力で真実をごまかしてごらんなさいよ。
Do it. Just try to obscure the truth with violence.
こだ
You. It wasn't like Aunt Natsuhi had been actually holding that gun with the ready and threatening anyone. But as she was egged on by Aunt Ava, she did hold back and ready. She did hold it at the ready, sorry. And surprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji-san tried to stop her.
奥様、 どうかお気をお静めください。
Madame, please calm yourself.
母さんは嘘なんかついてない。
Mom, you aren't lying.
ならこんなの聞き捨てなきゃ。
So there's no reason for you to listen to this.
落ち着いてえな、夏日姉さん。
Calm down, Natsuhi-san.
確かにお父さんは部屋にいたと誓ってくれればいいんやで。
All you've got to do is swear that father definitely was in that room.
それだけなのに、なんでそんなに取り乱しとるんや。
Why are you getting so worked up?
それもそうです。
That's correct.
夏日さんは嘘をついていない。
Natsuhi-san isn't lying.
それだけのことじゃありませんか。
Shouldn't that be the end of it?
だから説明してほしいのよ。
Then I want you to explain.
お父様がどうやって部屋からいなくなったのか。
How did father manage to disappear from the room?
窓は内側からしっかり閉じられていた。
The window was closed tight from the inside.
扉も同じよ。
The same was true for the door, right?
今朝夏日姉さんが間違いなくお父様に会ったというなら、
This morning, if you really met with father,
夏日姉さんには開かぬ扉の密室からいかにしてお父様が部屋からいなくなったかを説明してもらわなくちゃ。
then you must explain how father disappeared from this unopenable door, closed room scenario.
じゃないと姉さんが嘘つきってことにやっぱりなっちゃうものね。
If you don't, that'd mean you're lying after all, right? Taunting the person with a gun.
あなたという人、どこまで私を愚弄すれば。
How far do you plan to mock me?
反論したいならぜひしなさいな。
If you want to argue back, go ahead.
そうね、今すぐこの場で釈明をしてみなさい。
That's right, try explaining it right here, right now.
そうしたらあなたを疑ったことを謝ってあげてもいいわ。
If you do, I'll apologize for suspecting you.
あの書斎の密室からお父様はいかにして抜け出したのか。
How did father manage to get out from that closed room?
そんなこと説明もできませんし、不要です。
I cannot explain, and there's no need for me to do so.
そうなら私が説明してあげるわよ。
Really? Then let me explain it.
私の立場も姉さんの立場もいいとこ取りのとても仲良しな説明なんだから。
Let's take the best parts of my perspective and yours and come up with a more friendly explanation.
姉さんの言う今朝の時点でお父様が在室していたことを信じてあげるわよ。
I'll believe what you said about father still being in his room this morning.
でも次に扉が開かれた時にお父様はいなかった。
However, the next time the door was opened, father wasn't there.
ここまでは依存ないわよね。
You don't have any objections so far, right?
あなたの言うことにこれ以上耳を傾ける気はありません。
I have no desire to hear anything more you have to say.
その軽薄な口を慎みなさい。
Shut your frivolous mouth.
私の推理はこうよ。
My reasoning goes like this, okay?
扉から姉さんしか出入りしていないことは私が2回確認している。
I can confirm that on both occasions you were the only one to go through that door. You could just blow her kneecaps out so she won't be able to walk with a limp for the rest of her life? Oh my. Perhaps she dreamt it, or maybe it was a trick on Natsuhi to sow doubt? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we know, as the readers, we know that... We don't know how he got out, but we do know that Natsuhi and him talked.
そしてレシートもそれを立証している。
And the receipt proves it.
にもかかわらずお父様を部屋から出すパズルの答えは
Oh my god, her fucking voice acting. So what's the answer to the puzzle of how father left the room?
窓よ。
The window.
窓から出したのよ。
He was sent out the window.
夏日姉さんはお父様を3階の書斎の窓から中庭に突き落としたのよ。
Oh my god, the voice acting. The voice acting. Natsuhine-san, you threw father out of the third-story window of the study into the courtyard. Seiyu's killing it? Absolutely. They supposedly spoke? We do? You know, is there a case of Like, you know how you have a narrator and you can't trust them, untrustable narrator? Is that the case? Maybe, but yeah, where's the body then? You?
奥様、来ないでください。
Madame, please endure it.
エヴァ様、どうかおやめくださいませ。
Eva-sama, please stop this.
その後、中庭に転落して死んだお父様の遺体は
After that, when you left and said you were going to check the doors and windows,
夏日姉さんが屋敷内の戸締まりを確認すると言って出て行った時にどこかへ隠したのよ。
you took father's corpse, which had fallen in the courtyard, and hid it.
多分その時に死亡時刻を偽る工作もしたんでしょうね。
That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right?
クラウス兄さんたちの事件も、さらに昨べのビアトリーチェの事件もひっくるめて。
This ties in with the case regarding Kraus, Nissan, and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice Beatrice last night. Gomen.
ナスシさんが怪しい可能性が非常に高いっちゅうことだ。
There's a really good chance we've got a reason to suspect Natsuhi-san in all those cases.
本当ならこんなことを言いたくはない。
Normally, I wouldn't want to say this.
だがもうぶちまけてしまったからには仕方がない。
But now that it's out in the open, there's nothing else I can do.
頼むわ、夏日姉さん。
Please, Natsuhine-san. I just want to stop for a second and say, what if Ava is framing Natsuhi right now? What if Ava is framing Natsuhi right now? What if Ava stuck the receipt in or just made it fly out of there? Yeah, what if she's framing Natsuhi? She could be framing Natsuhi right now. Ava's a bitch. Shoot her. She could have framed her. Angel, I like the way you think. Thank you. I mean, what else is there? I think she could have easily been framing her. Let Ava live in luxury and make the haters rage. No! I don't want Ava to live any longer. I think that she's framing her for some reason.
どうか自分の無実を説明してくれんか。
Please explain how you can be innocent.
侍とわしはあんたを疑わなきゃならんのや。
Otherwise, I can't help but suspect you.
なぜこの私が
Why me?
この私が後宮夏日がこのような恥ずかしめを
Why must I, Ushiromiya Natsu, be insulted like this? We just put the brakes on. Brakes. Looks like we've got everyone's views on record now.
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。
全然ダメだぜ。It's useless. It's all useless.
エヴァおばさん。
And Ava.
ダメって何がだよ、バトラ。
What do you mean, useless? Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to every word, sorry. Sometimes my voice like catches in my throat. And Ava's expression was confident as ever.
全然ダメって何が
Useless, you say? What is?
バトラ君、聞かせてよ。
Battler-kun, tell me.
一方からしか見られないから、夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ。
You're only convinced it was Aunt Natsuhi because you're only looking at the case from a single angle.
別に夏日おばさんを擁護するわけじゃねえが、そんなハッタリのチェックメイトじゃ通用しねえってことさ。
It's not like I'm defending her, but that bluff of a checkmate isn't gonna fly.
レシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは思う。
I think your reasoning regarding that receipt was passable.
筋は悪くない。
It's not a bad thread of logic.
だが、俺の採点じゃせいぜい65点ってとこだ。
Since when did you become a teacher? But I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best.
これが答案なら、居残りで補習ってとこだぜ。
If this were an exam, that'd be bad enough to get you an extra lesson in detention, right?
あら、じゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失踪させられるというの？私の説以外に。
Oh my. Well, how do you think anyone could break through the door sealed by my receipt and make father disappear, other than by my theory?
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い。
It's true that your theory is an interesting one.
そして、その説以外に、じい様が失踪できる方法がないって言い切れるなら。
And if you could say for sure that there was no way to make grandfather disappear?
最終目撃者である夏日おばさんが黒であると確かに言い切れるだろう。
Then you probably would be able to prove that the last person to see him, Aunt Natsuhi, was guilty.
だが、夏日おばさんが無実で、濡れ衣である可能性が残っている以上、
However,
そうだと断言することはできねえ。
Sorry, Battler. However, since there still is a possibility she's innocent and these accusations are false, we can't be sure about that.
ならバトラ君は夏日姉さん以外の誰にお父様を失踪させられたというの？
Then Battler-kun, are you saying someone other than Natsuhi-ne-san made grandfather disappear?
姉さんしかありえないのよ。
It'd be impossible for anyone else to do it.
私のレシートがそれを証明してしまったわ。
My receipt proved that, right?
一度目に書斎に訪れた夏日姉さん。
After the first time she visited that study?
そして二度目に私と訪れるまでの間、書斎は完全に密室で密室開封後には失踪している。
After the first time she visited that study and until the second time when we visited it together, the study was a perfect closed room. And when the seal was broken on the closed room, he was already missing.
これで夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというなら、どんなトリックがあるっていうの？
If that doesn't prove she's the culprit, what kind of trick could they have used?
だから65点なんだよ、エヴァおばさん。
Like I said, Aunt Eva, only 65 points.
じゃあここでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
チェス盤をひっくり返せ。So let's try spinning the chessboard around, shall we? Fizz, you know this won't work! Don't make me manage my rewards right now, man. I gotta manage my rewards. There you guys go. I also don't have tits up right now. I don't have tits up. Should I put tits on? Don't break her immersion. Titless streamer. I'm a titsless streamer. English hard. It's okay. I understand what you're saying. I'll get tits. I'll get tits running. Don't you worry. Just give me a second. I meant to post that. Sure, sure. There's no need for the bumper when the personality is great. Is it called a bumper? There you guys go. Okay. Let's try spinning the chessboard around, shall we? I can't throw things I'm broke. Yeah.
どうやって外部からじい様を失踪させるかじゃない。
The question isn't how someone managed to make grandfather disappear from outside.
どうやって内部からじい様が失踪するかって考えるんだ。
We should think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside.
扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから使用されていない。
The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used.
窓も出ることはできても外側からは施錠できず、しかもエヴァおばさんは書斎を訪れた時に窓の施錠を確認している。
He also couldn't have gone through the window because you can't lock it from the outside, and when Aunt Eva visited the study, she checked to make sure it was locked.
だから窓も使用されていない。
So the window also wasn't used.
その時点では確かに書斎は密室だった。
At that point, the study really was the closed room.
これは認めるしかない。
We have to accept this.
だがしかし、書斎は永遠に密室だったわけじゃない。
However, the study didn't remain a closed room forever.
レシートの封印さえ解かれれば扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる。
Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it'd be possible for someone to escape by the door.
つまり夏日おばさんがどうやってじいさまを失踪させたかじゃない。
In other words, the question isn't how Aunt Natsuhi made grandfather disappear.
どうやってじいさまは書斎を脱出したのかって考えるんだよ。
We need to think about how he was able to escape.
じいさまの書斎はただの書斎じゃねえんだよな。
Grandfather's study isn't an ordinary study, right?
源氏さんの話じゃトイレからキッチンベッドルームまであるちょいとした家並みじゃねえか。
According to Genji-san, there's a toilet and a kitchen and even a bedroom, almost like a little house.
例えばベッドの下にでも潜って隠れたらおばさんたちは部屋からいなくなったと思い込めるぜ。
For example, what if he was hiding under the bed and the two of you only thought he was missing?
エヴァおばさんもそこまで調べてきたわけじゃねえだろ。
Aunt Ava, even you didn't check that far, right?
そしておばさんたちは失踪したと思い開花へ戻る。
Wait, can you just imagine what Kinzo under the bed and Aunt Ava going and looking down and being like, what the fuck are you doing under there, father? What the fuck are you doing under there? You're like a little kitty. There's so much fan art of that. No way. There is. I need to see some. Kinzo under the bed. That's funny. That's funny.
この時レシートはもうない。
At that time, the receipt was already gone. I'm gonna try to find it. If you don't look it up, no, I won't look it up. No problem.
つまりじいさまは密室である間は部屋に隠れ続け。
In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time, it was a closed room.
エヴァおばさんたちをやり過ごした後に部屋から脱出することでこの密室を破ることができる。
And escaped after letting the two of you go past him. We can crack this closed room right open.
何よそれ。
What are you talking about?
どうしてお父様がそんな妙なことをして部屋を抜け出さなきゃならないの？
Why would father need to escape the room in such a bizarre fashion? I don't know.
口頭無形にも程があるわよ。
Don't be so absurd.
ああ、口頭無形かもな。
Yeah, it might be absurd.
だが、それでも夏日おばさんが濡れ衣かもしれない可能性は示してる。
However, it still shows that there's a possibility Aunt Natsuhi is being falsely accused.
エヴァおばさんのレシートは完璧じゃねえ。
Your receipt wasn't perfect.
チェスで言えばチェックくらいにはなったろ。
In chess, we might call that check.
だが、チェックメイトじゃねえ。
But it isn't checkmate.
そして、俺が最高に気に入らねえのは。
But the thing that really pisses me off?
それを夏日おばさんに釈明しろと迫って。それができなきゃ黒だって断定しようとしたエヴァおばさんのその論法さ。
Is how you're pressuring Aunt Natsuhi to explain it, then claiming that she must be guilty if she doesn't. It's not about being bizarre, it's about finding holes for her not being a bitch and pointing fingers without being fully sure.
それがまかり通るってんだな。この後ろ宮バトラ。
If you want to go down that road, then why don't you let me?
ここでもう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらおうじゃねえか。
Let me, Ushiromiya Battler, spin the chessboard around one more time. Battler pointing CG. Look at him go. Look at him go. There's literally no evidence that Natsuhi's guilty, only that her information is shoddy. That's all that Aunt Ava was going for, though. Because you can't deny that.
エヴァおばさん、あんたの論法によるならよ。
Aunt Ava, according to your own argument.
あんたと秀吉おじさんが昨日親父たち6人を殺害してからのこのことゲストハウスに帰ったんじゃないってことをこの場で釈明してもらわなくちゃならねえぜ。
You must explain to us why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house.
夏日おばさんに釈明を強いたんだ。
You've been trying to force Aunt Natsuhi to explain.
あんたにはもちろん自身の潔白を釈明できるんだろうな。
So I'm sure you can prove your own innocence, right?
じいさまの遺産が全部転がり込むエヴァおばさんよ。
Especially now that all of grandfather's wealth has suddenly plopped down right into your hands.
そうだぜ。エヴァおばさんだって十分怪しいじゃねえかよ。
That's right, you're suspicious enough yourself, aren't you?
母さんがじいさまの最終目撃者だから怪しいって言うなら。
If you say mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see him,
エヴァおばさんだって父さんたちの最終目撃者じゃないか。
then what about you, Aunt Ava, the last person to see Dad and the rest?
バトラの言う通りだぜ。自分たちは殺してないってことを証明してみせろよ。
Just like Battler said, prove that you two weren't the ones who killed them.
僕もお母さんの推理は少し勇み足だと思うな。
George! Wow! Naka ne. Mother, I also think your reasoning was a little overeager. There is literally no evidence. She was accusing her of killing father. Yeah. George is good, I've been telling. George is good, I guess?
レシートの件は確かに重要なヒントだと思う。
I'm sure the receipt was an important hint.
でもそれはバトラ君の言う通り、夏日おばさんが何がしかの犯人であることを断定できるものじゃない。
But like Battler-kun said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Natsuki was responsible for some plot.
僕たちは等しく全員が容疑者なんだ。
We're all equally suspicious.
夏日おばさんだけが責められる道理はない。
It's not right for only Aunt Natsuki to be persecuted.
誇り高きお父様が床に這いつくばってベッドの下に。
Our proud father crawling under his bed?
そんなざれ言で説明がつくと思って？
You call nonsense like that an explanation?
それならエヴァおばさんが先に説明しろよ。
In that case, why don't you explain first?
特によ、誰がどうやって殺して、そして自分が関わっていないという証拠を示してみろってんだ。
Oh my god, Jessica going. Who killed those 6 and how? And then try showing us proof that you weren't involved. Why'd she cough? Jessica, are you okay? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. The asthma?
お嬢様、お嬢様。
Milady, Milady. Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first, I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long, I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking, down on her hands and knees.
ジェシカ、しっかり。
Jessica, hang in there.
南條先生。
Dr. Nanjo.
ジェシカさん、吸入器を早く。
Jessica-san, your inhaler, quickly.
ええ、私が持ってきているのがあります。
No, wait, I have one with me. Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. I don't have asthma or something, so I don't know these words. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? However, 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain.
兄貴、ジェシカってこんなに喘息ひどかったっけ？
Aniki, was Jessica's asthma always this bad?
ここ数年でだいぶ悪くなったんだよ。
It's gotten a lot worse these last few years.
大丈夫な時はいいんだけどね。
It's no problem when she's normal.
突然発作が来ると咳が止まらなくなるんだよ。
But when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing anymore. Milady, your medicine. Poor Jessica. I bet she has lots of fun recording. Yeah, I know. I'm like imagining in my mind what the VA did to record this. You can just call it an inhaler. Nobody calls it whatever the fuck you just called it. It dilates the bronchi. Did she do the cinnamon challenge for recording this? Oh my god. Taking the inhaler from Kanon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control.
大丈夫かよ、ジェシカ。
Are you okay, Jessica?
びっくりしたぜ。
You scared me.
大したことねえよ。
It's not a big deal.
心配すんじゃねえぜ。
Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused. But that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly, solving all of the riddles and arresting the culprit.
確かにバトラ君の言う通りかしら。
I have had inhaling half a cockroach. That's kind of crazy. I don't know how that happened. Australia's crazy, huh? Perhaps Battler-kun is right after all.
夏日姉さんが疑わしいように、私たちも疑わしさを拭えていない。
Just as Natsuhine-san is suspicious, I can't go ignoring the fact that I'm suspicious too.
それを今議論し合うのは確かに不毛ね。
Arguing about that now will surely be unproductive. Surely.
明日、警察に全てを任せれば済むだけの話よ。
Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow.
でも、バトラ君だって知りたいんじゃないの？
But don't you want to know too, Battler-kun?
犯人を。
Who the culprit is?
大切な人を失った痛みを思い知らせてやるために、1秒でも早く知りたいんじゃない？
Don't you want to let them know the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you as soon as possible?
それは否定しないです。これだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎を。たとえ一日であったとしても、のさばらしたくはない。
I won't deny that. Even one day would be too long to let the wonderful bastard who's behind this go.
でも、だからといって、18人の中の誰かを疑いたくはない。
But that doesn't mean that I want to suspect one of the 18.
さっきはああ言ったが、俺はエヴァおばさんだって疑いたくない。
Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to suspect you, Aunt Ava.
俺にとってのエヴァおばさんは、ちゃめっ気があって、いつも楽しくさせてくれる最高のおばさんだ。
Really? To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always fun and playful.
そんなおばさんと、こんな罵り合いはしたくねえ。
I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like that.
ここにいる誰だって、そんなことは望んでねえはずさ。
I wouldn't want to do that with anyone here.
だろ？
Right?
みんな。
Everyone?
バトラ君に同じ。
I feel the same way as Battler-kun.
意味のない罵り合いだね。
It's pointless to trade insults.
多分、これだけの人数が朝から一ところにずっと集まってるから、みんなストレスが溜まってるんだよ。
It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since this morning. You disagree with Battler? Little bug legs too? Ew. I mean, outside of this whole mess, the whole mess, that is what she was like for him before? I guess so.
でしょうな。
Probably.
無理もないことです。
It's only natural.
言ってできるものではありませんが、なるべく皆さんリラックスしましょう。
It may not be my place to say it, but I think we should all relax as much as possible.
エヴァ、わしらも頭を冷やすべきとちゃうか？
Eva, I think we better cool our heads too.
レシートの件は確かにお父さんの失踪を探る上で重要な手がかりになると思うで。
The receipt's definitely a big clue for figuring out how father disappeared.
警察が来たら話すといいやろ。
We should tell the police about it when they come.
そうね。
It's right.
そう。
Right.
レシートの一件で、つい鬼の首を取ったような気持ちになっちゃったのね。
I just felt a little triumphant when I figured out that part with the receipt. Who do you suspect the most? And Ava. I suspect Ava, of course. And it's not just because I dislike her. But why would someone who's why would someone who's innocent want to point fingers so badly? Want to make up all these arguments? It's just to get everything off of her back. You suspect everyone?
確かに夏日姉さんだけを疑うのはフェアじゃないわ。
What the fuck is with her face? What is this face? Of course, it isn't fair to only suspect Natsuhine-san, right?
私たちだって等しく疑わしい。
We're just as suspicious.
でもね、バトラ君。
But still, Battler-kun.
レシートの話だけは本当よ。
At least the part about the receipt is real, okay? Why do we believe her on this?
これ、忘れないでね。
Don't forget it.
そしてこれがどういう意味を持つか。もう一度よく考えてみてね。
And try thinking deeply about what it means one more time, okay? Awkward smile. Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor.
結局私たちはこんな推理ごっこしても意味はないのよ。
In the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing detectives.
だってどうせ警察が全て明かしてくれるんですもの。
After all, the police will reveal everything anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass. And when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, the kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry.
これ以上、夏日姉さんも私の顔を見ていたくはないでしょ。
We got the title drop just now. The title drop. Natsuhine-san, I take it you don't want to see my face anymore?
私も同じよ。
I feel the same.
確か姉さんは昨日、ゲストハウスに帰らなくて済むようにって客室を用意してくれたのよね。
If I remember correctly yesterday, you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion, so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right?
あそこはバスもトイレもあるし、鍵もチェーンもかかる。
Those should each have a bath and a toilet, as well as a lock and a chain to secure the door.
横になれるベッドもあるし、主人もマリアちゃんとチャンネル争いをせずにテレビを見ることができるわ。
There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, right? She's still holding the gun.
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
Do whatever you want.
でも、くれぐれも用心を。
But make sure to be cautious.
ありがとう、姉さん。
Thank you, Ne-san.
そして余計なお世話よ。
And mind your own business.
姉さんはみんなの監視をよろしくね。
I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, okay?
犯人はこの中に必ずいるんだから。
Because the culprit is definitely here.
そして姉さんも自分が監視をされていることをお忘れなく。
And Ne-san made sure you don't forget to keep an eye on yourself too.
捨て台詞はそれで十分ですか？
Have you finished taking your parting shots?
十分よ。
Yes, I'm finished.
じゃあね、夏日姉さん。
See you, Natsuhine-san.
源氏さん、夕食になったら呼んでね。
Genji-san, let us know when it's time for dinner.
それまでチェーンをかけて閉じこもってるわ。
We'll lock ourselves in with the chain.
源氏。
He doesn't seem very happy about this. And so, to separate from the group. Not a good idea.
お二人を客室までお送りを。
Genji, Kano, escort them to the guest room.
結構よ。
We'll be fine.
送り狼なんて嫌だもの。
I hate shady escorts.
むしろ、私たちが部屋に行くまで誰もこの部屋を出ないでくれる方が安心よ。
In fact, I'd be more comfortable if nobody leaves this room until we've reached ours.
ジョージ行くわよ。
Let's go, George.
僕はここでみんなといるよ。
I'll stay here with everyone.
ジョージ、この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。
The culprit is in this room.
そんなところにいるつもり？
Do you plan on staying in a place like that?
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑うのと同じことだよ。
Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives.
僕はあんな恐ろしいことができる人間が親族にいるなんて信じない。
I can't believe anyone in our family is capable of something that horrible.
ジョージ、あなたからも言ってやってよ。
Darling, you tell him too.
ジョージももう一人前の男や。
George is already an adult man.
そのジョージの仁義がこの部屋から出えへん言わせるならそれも勝手やろ。
If his code tells him not to leave the room, then it's up to him.
好きにさせたれ。
Let him do what he wants.
父さん。
Father. Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi left. Goodbye. Hello, Junk Ramen. How you doing? What's up? What up? What up? Can't stop watching a Russian guy flexing his arms in an elevator? Newtonia, you are very strange. You are very strange. And then she kills her hubby. Fancy seeing you here as well, Mr. Tier 2. Yeah, really, thank you for that. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. I can't help but think they're gonna die next, though. I can't help but think they're gonna die next, so it can't be them. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. Oh no. I was a little surprised, since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV.
今なら信じるぜ。
I believe it now.
手紙も殺人もすべてベアトリーチェの仕業だ。
He doesn't believe it though. The letters, the murders, everything. It was all Beatrice.
いや、むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗り出てほしいぜ。
In fact, I almost feel like begging her to come out and take credit for it all. I think I have brain rot, came here to save my sanity. He's aesthetic? Who's aesthetic? -2 Shiromiya's. Just chilling after a busy day. Umineko's looking fun and creepy. Yeah, it's all about, you know, who murdered who, murder mystery, but also time shenanigans, I bet. He doesn't want to think his family did this. That's true. That's true. Russian guy keeps flexing his arms inside an elevator? What about it? Oh, the Russian guy who keeps flexing his arms inside an elevator? I mean, if you want to be that guy, go for it. Go for it.
19人目の仕業ってことにさせてくれ。
I want it to be the work of a 19th person.
じゃなきゃ俺たち18人はいつまでも互いを疑い合わなくちゃならねえ。
Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on suspecting each other.
これなら19人目の存在を信じる方がマシさ。
I think believing in a 19th person is better than that.
扉も窓も開けずにじいさまを外へ連れ出すなんて。ベアトリーチェならお茶の子さいさいなんだろう。
Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or window must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again.
そうだよ。
She's got DID. She's got dissociative personality disorder for fucking real, man. Yeah, she's got dissociative identity disorder. He switched her on. He switched her on. DID, dissociative identity disorder, means that you dissociate and switch to a different identity or personality. Yeah. That's right.
間
女の前に扉の鍵なんて何の役にも立たないんだよ。
Locking a door is useless against a witch.
ベアトリーチェは72中の全てに精通する。
Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons.
33位のガープは望む相手を望む場所へ瞬時に運ぶ力を与えるし。
The 33rd ranked, Gap, gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location.
彼女にとってどのような密室に閉じこもった人間だろうと連れ出すことは難しいことでも何でもないんだよ。
To her, taking a person out of any closed room isn't hard at all, you see. Imagine Tenchi with that smile, please don't. Doesn't everyone do that? I mean, people change how they act depending on the company, right? But you need to dissociate. You need to dissociate. And you're basically not even the same person anymore. You have different memories. You form, it's a mental illness, yes. You form different memories. The memories of your other identity sometimes are shared or sometimes aren't shared. Sometimes the information one identity knows, the other one doesn't know. It's all, to be honest, it's a mental illness that is derived from abuse or traumatic incidences at childhood. And it's a way to keep the person sane. Something like that. I'm just a VTuber. Imagine tension with that smile. She did it! Oh, what if Maria killed them all though, man? I was a bitch shooter, but Maria's creepy kid call a priest? Oh my god. Guessing what Maria lives day-to-day basis? Yeah. She must go through trauma every day. A smart VTuber? No, I just know that. I don't even know it that well though. So take my explanation with like a grain of salt. I don't have DID, I just asked, yeah. I think that people with DID don't even know they have DID often though. What a genius. Hey, I called earlier, Maria killed everyone. I don't know. She's just a kid. Just cause I don't know, she's just a kid. What a genius. Hello, the red melody. I don't think I'm a genius. I ain't no genius, man. That laugh is pretty good, though. So it's like schizophrenia? No, it's completely different. Having multiple people in your head, right? You kind of have multiple people in your head, but it's not like they're talking to you all at once, and it's not like you hear the voices, and schizophrenia is not just in your mind, it's in the world. You see things, you hear things that aren't there. With DID, it's not about seeing things or hearing things that aren't there. It's all you. It's all you. It's not like schizophrenia. Two sometimes come as a combo, but they aren't the same. They are not the same at all. I don't know if they come as a combo, but I wonder. I don't have any information on that. Witches sure are incredible. Tell her, if she feels like committing another crime, to do it in a way that no human could. And make me believe that a 19th person... Yeah. No, a witch exists. Okay. If I meet her, I'll tell her. Kind of interesting that she didn't say if I meet her again. But maybe that's just not really important. You knew some people? Interesting. Do you think DID is a coping mechanism for a mind? That way you describe it kind of sounds like it. Yes, it's a coping mechanism for past childhood trauma, abuse. It's trauma. It's basically one of the personalities, one of the identities in your mind keeps all that to the side. And they hold that in their mind. And the other identities don't interact with it, can't interact with it, can't remember it. It's like that. So basically, the identity that you front probably doesn't even remember that you were traumatized, abused, whatever, which is how you can present so normally. Does that make sense? It's like when you go to Vegas. I have no idea about that. I doubt you've ever even been to Vegas. It's like the brain compartmentalizes some memories and keeps others. Yes. Like, kind of like that. Probably best to do your own research. Definitely, definitely. Don't listen to some VTuber. I have been to Vegas. It's just like that. You've been to Vegas? You have? You've been to the States? Implying you haven't partied crazy hard in a week in Vegas, am I? Listen, I told you I'm say-so. I told you I'm say-so. I've been to Vegas once and I was a kid. I couldn't... The police shooed me out. The police shooed me out of the airport gambling area. How do you know all of this is pretty amazing? You went to med school, streamer? Yeah, I totally went to med school. I have a psychological medical license. I've studied all about those things. Yep, my major totally wasn't Japanese. You've never left your country except for a little bit of Brazil. That's what I thought. When you said he went to Las Vegas, I was like, what the hell? I don't remember you saying that, you liar. How always becomes a completely different person late at night. I never know what once he drops the Naku shirtless. Oh my god. Do I want to see that? Do I wanna? Amaya's my therapist, don't you know? Of course. Brazil bros? Oh, Newtoni, are you from Brazil? You do not want to see me shirtless? Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not asking for it or anything. It's not like seeing the demons in the Event Horizon. Wait, what? It's like seeing the demons in Event Horizon? What's Event Horizon? I've been to Vegas. Too many interesting call numbers everywhere. What the hell does that mean? I have heard of descriptions that the best streamers come from there. Oh, Brazil? Well, goddamn, I thought you were from Brazil. You want to see me shirtless? No, please don't send that. I will ban you. And I'm not even joking. It's a fucked up movie. Event Horizon. Old scary movie. Damn, you're showing your age, aren't ya? Aren't ya? I don't even know about it. It means what it means. But you won't? What do you mean? I'm glad I won't. I won't ban you? I will ban you if you send me yourself shirtless, yes. Event Horizon is good. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll watch it. I'm not a big movie watcher. Anyway, let's listen to what Battler's thinking about. He's upset. Crap. Nothing made sense for me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. And just when I want to believe there are only 18, I deny that too. Even though I want there to be more than just 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of a 19th person. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19 people. What? The number of people in this mansion is what? Battler, I'm stupid. Can you explain this better? Half a person? It's, okay, so it's greater, it's less than 19, but greater than 18, right? So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. What? You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, it's less than 19 and greater than 18. How do you explain the fraction less than 1? I don't know what you're talking about! It's no wonder. That 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. That witch cannot be seen. Because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19 is great. 19 is less than X, which is greater than 18. The witch exists somewhere in that X. Breaks the glass with what looks like a shotgun. Whoa, it's now 7 o'clock. Time for dinner. Ding dong, dinner time. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like discussion of the case was itself taboo. So no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled.
少しだけ雨足が弱まった気がするね。
Feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter. I almost dropped a big spoiler, but on accident got too excited. Yo, you mean you weren't typing it? If a person with DID do a murder, how do you even prosecute that? I think you just prosecute them as a normal person. I think you should still prosecute them as a normal person. Because guess what? There's this stupid movie about that, actually. There's this stupid movie about that. How someone with DID went on a murdering spree, but like most of them didn't remember. I forgot what it was called. What movie? I don't remember what it's called. No, it's not Identity. Someone made a movie about it? Yeah, someone made a movie about it and portrayed it in a really bad way. Hold on. It's called Split. It's called Split. That's what it's called. It's called Split. Came out not too long ago. I never watched it. Split is like he has weird powers. Starring Mr. Night Shyamalan. One of hit movies' signs. Yes. A M. Night Shyamalan movie, by the way. Do you think I know who these people are? I never watched the movie, by the way. He actually gains powers depending on his identity. Yeah, you can see how fake that is. But I know that movie is based on the mental disorder. Yeah, I know you don't. I don't know any of this. I don't know. I don't watch movies. I don't know who do what. I don't know who direct movie. I don't know who star in movie. I don't know. I don't care. Movie what? Sounds like Killer 7. Cool. Still pouring down.
仮に止んだって、この島には船がねえんだしな。
Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island.
船が明日すぐに来てくれりゃいいんだがよ。
But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow.
洋館バカンさんもうお腹いっぱいだぜ。
I've had enough of this Western mansion vacation. Can't help but notice that these two kind of laugh the same. Was that from the game? No, that was from me. Just play Killer 7 is Killer... maybe.
母さん、明日船はいつ来るのかな?
Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow?
本来なら帰りの船は今日の3時に来てくれることになっていました。
Normally the boat to take them back would arrive at 3 p.m. today.
先方も台風が過ぎてから来直すと電話をしてくれたでしょうが、あいにく電話は普通ですから。
They probably sent us a phone call to say that they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately the phones aren't working.
でも、向こうも子供の使いではありません。
But they aren't children over there.
客人の方々の送迎目的だと教えてありますから。
They were told to both drop off and collect our guests.
おそらく明日の朝一番で。
So they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning.
多分9時頃くらいに来てくれるでしょう。
Probably about 9 o'clock, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she wasn't far from skilled. Listen, dude, we read the same sentence like 4 times just now. 4 times I read the same sentence. Please. Please. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Kanon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Is that Japanese writing? Of course. She's an unskilled but skilled cook. That's why I hate books. Granny here is the one I bet did the murdering other. No way. Kanon also helped the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed on that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that... Thank you? Right, though, guys? I'm like, what the fuck? It's almost like I want to ban them immediately. Hi, AI friend. Have you been in a typhoon? Yeah, multiple times. It's almost like Lemony Snicket's series of unfortunate events. Cursed with a suspicious-looking username. For real. Is apocalyptic? No, it's not as apocalyptic as they make it sound. It's not. But they're on an island, so usually when it's on an island, it's a little bit worse. I'm not anywhere near the ocean. Should I ban him? What would you guys do if you were in this situation? Would you ban or keep it? You'd ban? Let him cook for now? They disappear or get removed later? You're right. Can't wait until someone does something weird to ban. What's the worst a bot can do? They can send hate raids over. Depends, do you want the future AI overlords to remember this? We'll keep him for now. We'll keep him for now and, yeah, they can send over hate raids. They can also hate raid your Discord. New follower, please talk. Probably won't. Defend yourself. He shall speak, and if not, yeet. Battler isn't here to help. I mean, everyone gets followed by bots all the time. One of those decision points early in a visual novel that can mess you up later. Ah! Which choice do you pick? That'll have consequences in the future. Miss Turen, because you banned ASD. 19 is greater than bot, which is less than 18. Doesn't really matter if she bans me or not. Oh my god, you're talking. Oh my god, you're a real person. Wait, why do you have such a username like that? Please explain. Okay, you're not a bot then. I defended you, bot, bro. You're still calling him a bot. Why do you have a name like that? I bet you get suspected all the time. I bet you get suspected all the time. Damn, how do you even remember your username? Twitch is full of bigots. Are you calling me a bigot? Is that a threat? Emu on the defense. Emu on the defense going, something's gonna happen. Everyone has very different personalities in here. It's quite fun. Maybe this is initial follow by October 23rd, followed by... October 23rd, followed by Jumping Hong Kong from September 14th. Maybe, yeah, Jump Hong Kong. We have to worry about our future AR overlords or not. I don't know. Drunk Ramen's a genius. That is exactly what it means. Okay, so I gotta say, if you are a real person, I'm so sorry for doubting you. It's just that you can't help it with a username like that and bots being all over Twitch and stuff like that. Just please, yurushite kudasai ne. Please forgive me. I don't mean to be mean or anything like that. I just fear. I just fear. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Kanon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled as though everything was fine.
綺麗に盛り付けられてますよ。
It's arranged beautifully.
カノン君もお上手ですよ。
Kanon-kun, aren't you skilled?
シャノン姉さんだったら
If it had been Shano-ne-san,
もっと綺麗に
it would look even more beautiful. Oh, poor Kanon. It's okay, we gotta be careful. Yeah, we do. You're welcome here, bot bro. Yeah, for real. For real, for real. True, see? Kanon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in our cooking. Tonight, Kanon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced.
今は忘れなさい。
Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Kanon as he advanced a pawn. Nanjo escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request.
はい
Yes.
今は忘れます
I will forget it, for now. Indeed.
それがいいだろう。
That is probably for the best. Genji purposefully refrained from facing Kanon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kanon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood and held back any thoughtless words.
金蔵さんもどこへ行かれたんでしょうな。
I wonder where Kinzo-san has gone.
ご無事だといいのですが。
I hope that he is safe, but
わかりません。
I do not know.
ただ、すべては親方様が望まれ、仕組まれたことのように思っています。
However, I believe everything has proceeded as the master has hoped and arranged for. It's kind of a weird thing to say. Kinzo knows where he is and where he isn't. I feel like great murderers look at weather reports often, given that they strike during storms for the thematic effect. Oh, I'm sure they do. It's in all the movies. I mean, we can't deny that it's in all the movies that happens, you know?
それを邪推することは、親方様にお仕えする家具には
To distrust that would exceed my role as a furniture in service to the master.
源氏さんは怖くないのですか？
Aren't you scared, Genji-san?
私には今夜まだ何か良くないことが起こるような気がして。
I am frightened that something bad will occur again tonight. Oh, don't worry, it will.
怖いことなど何も。
I have nothing to be afraid of.
私はただ後ろ宮家にお仕えするだけですので。
Get a life! I serve the Ushiromiya family, and that is all. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside the mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard lined up equally without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone. No, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard?
源氏さん、私は今夜が本当に怖いのです。
Genji-san, I am truly frightened about tonight.
無事に明日の朝を迎えられることを心より 願っています。
I hope with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow morning comes. This is so deep. This is how it works. This is how this game goes, man. It goes deep. Are they still alive? Quick, Genji, before you freeze. The guest room Eva and Hideyoshi moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house construction. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. This room was just like a room at a hotel, with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。
Guess it's true you can relax more when you're alone with your family.
他のみんなも客室にこもって鍵をかけてりゃええんや。
Maybe it'd be better if everyone else all shut themselves in the guest rooms and locked the doors. Dumbass.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。
Natsuhine-san said that no one could leave the parlor, throwing her weight around.
誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。
I'm sure no one would be able to talk back.
あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから、兄さんが死んでやっと天下が来たって張り切ってんのよ。
She's always been treated so coldly. So now that Nissan's dead, she's getting excited about finally having so much power.
まったく、ずうずうしいったらあるしな。
まったく. Seriously, how shameless can she be?
まあそう言うな。
Come on now, don't say that.
夏日さんもあれで結構頑張っとるんやで。
Natsuhi-san's doing pretty well.
お前もそう突っかからんでもええやないか。
No need to jump on her like that.
さっきのレシートの件もあそこまでは言い過ぎやで。
And about that receipt earlier, you went too far.
だってあそこで言わなかったらもう言うタイミングがないんだもん。
Come on, if I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. Ava, sulking cutely and looking at the television, sat alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed.
でも、こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
Should I leave? For some weird reason, this reminds me of those week-long religious retreats Catholic schools send their students in before graduating. I don't know what you're talking about, Newtonia, but do you think it's like a murder mystery? This didn't happen in those long religious retreats, are you sure? Can someone just grab a gun and shoot her? Oh my god. Still, we haven't been alone like this for quite some time.
そうやな。
You're right.
思えばわしもお前も老けたもんや。
Come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty old.
ジョージが生まれてから何もかもがあっという間や。
Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye.
本当にあっという間よ。
It really has.
子供を作るの焦りすぎたかしら。
I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child. Eva's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother, Kraus, had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without any sign of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Eva herself had a thought that, since her name would be moved outside of the Ushiromiya register when she got married to anyway, didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. Sorry, I fucked that so bad. Hideyoshi has a gun and he's gonna shoot. And then, one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whispering of the devil that she had listened to on her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself? When she proposed to the When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were going to keep. They had quickly agreed to have his name entered into the Ushinomiya family register. It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the Ushinomiya register. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushinomiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she'd learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, though part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome crime, part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. What a bitch! What a bitch! Maybe that is a what reason for having a kid? Was she on my register like the official list of people in the clan? I guess so. Bitch. Told you she's a bitch? Yeah, I know she's a bitch.
私、クラウス兄さんのことが昔から嫌いだったわ。
You've hated quite a few people, Ava. I have hated Kraus Nissan since long ago.
偉そうで威張ってて。
He was so full of himself, always swaggering around.
自分がやがては当主になるのだと自慢してて。
So proud that he would one day become head.
だから、それに一矢報いてやりたかった。
So I wanted to get back at him.
でも、それは子供の頃の感情なのよ。
Was that just a childish emotion?
でもその感情は、結局、自分の人生のほとんどを支配した。
But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life.
それだけならまだいい。
If that had been all, then it would have been fine.
その感情は、あなたやジョージまで巻き込んで振り回してしまった。
But because of that emotion, I got you and George involved. I used you.
エヴァ、備え自分を責めるな。
Eva, don't blame yourself for that. Hideyoshi got up and held Eva's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
わしはな、自分の人生はもうとっくに折り返しに入っとる。
Well, I reached the halfway point in my life ages ago.
でもな、今日までの生活を後悔したことは一度もないで。
But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I've lived my life. Well, then it's time to say goodbye. It's time to say goodbye.
一度もや。
Not one.
エヴァと一緒で他の男どもじゃ味わえん楽しい人生になったと思っとる。
I think that since I've been with you, Ava, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will.
戦争で身寄りを失ったわしに、もう一度家族のぬくもりを教えてくれた。
After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me what the warmth of family is.
だから、後宮の家には感謝しとるし、わしの唯一の家だと思っとる。
So I'm grateful to the Ushinomiya family and think of it as my only one.
わしとお前が歩んできた人生にな、無駄なことなんか何もなかった。
In this life I've led with you, not a single thing's been wasted. Yo, the way he talks, it just makes me want to hug him. Not the death flags. God damn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but like, you could tell that it's gonna happen. He's a good man. He does seem like a good man.
今日までほんまに楽しい人生やったで。
It's really been a fun life up till today. Red flag.
ありがとう、あなた。
Thank you, darling. Ava hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably, No one in the parlor could even imagine that this side of Ava existed.
感謝するのはわしや。
I'm the one who should be thanking you.
今日までお前と一緒にいて後悔した日なんてあらへん。
Until today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you. So does that mean today they regretted it? I'm sorry, I'm reading into it too far.
私もよ。
Me too.
あなたと一緒になれて。
I'm so glad
よ
to
かった。
I'm so glad to have you by my side.
ジョージももう立派な大人や。
George is already a fine adult.
わしが見張ってなくてもしっかり仕事ができる一人前や。
Even if I don't look out for him, he's a man who could do his job well on his own.
で、
I wonder.
正月あたりをのんびりモルジブあたりで過ごさんか？
Around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives? Would I ever?
わしら二人水いらずや。
Just us. No one else.
いやよ。
No way.
毎年年賀状の返礼で寝る暇もないとか言ってるじゃない。
Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep?
次の正月だけはなしや。
None of that this New Year's.
年賀状はみん。
Whoop. The sound cut off. I won't read New Year's cards.
黙って下のお年玉くじだけチェックするんや。
I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery. So this is something that I don't think translates very well. During the New Year, everyone gives a card to each other. And that card has a number code at the bottom of each card. And you could get up to like 40 cards from everyone you know. And that has a number at the bottom. And there's always a lottery, and the lottery you can get a whole bunch of stuff if you win. So that's what he's referencing there. He actually managed to wife a hoe. What a Chad. She is a hoe. I've read enough stories to know where this is going. Oh yeah. It's just us, alive, not dead at all. No one else. Yep. Hideyoshi, fix her. No, Hideyoshi, fix her, please.
今年はカラーテレビくらい当てたいで。
It'd sure be nice if we won a color TV this year.
やだ。
No way.
モルジブでお年玉くじのチェックなんてしたくない。
I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while in the Maldives.
じゃあそいつもなしや。
Then none of that either.
水いらずのんびりでジョージが生まれる直前の新婚時代の続きをちょいとしてみんか。
How does it sound? Just the two of us taking it easy like when we were newlyweds? Just before George was born? Yes.
それならいいわね。
In that case, fine.
モルジブはええとこらしいで。
I hear the Maldives are wonderful.
なんもない島に美しいサンゴ礁と水上コテージが並んでてな。
An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water. Making George too.
新婚時代の続きっていつからなの？
Like when we were newlyweds, you say? Starting when? Oh, there's something new today? Yay!
仕事納めしたらすぐや。
As soon as I've finished up some business.
旅行店に聞いてみんとわからんが、多分大晦日前には。
I won't even know till I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve.
いや。
No way.
今。
Right now.
すぐがいい。
I want to go right now. They're gonna be making George too right now, man. We should. Eva nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner. The only sound that filled the room were the distant voices of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. Maybe we should leave. Yeah, yep. Yep, we should leave. At least they get one last night together, right? That obnoxious pounding. There was a knock on the door, and Genji-san entered.
奥様、
Madame,
お夕食の準備が整いました。
dinner has been prepared.
お食事はまたこちらでよろしいですか？
Will you eat in here again?
ええ。
I don't know, has the blood been cleaned up? Yes.
ここへ運ばせなさい。
Have it brought here.
南條先生はまだ厨房にいるのですか？
Is the doctor still in the kitchen?
はい。
Yes.
次の一手を熟考したいとおっしゃっております。
He has said he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move. Wait, what? Wait, what?
ご安心を。他の使用人たちとご一緒です。
Do not worry, he is with the other servants.
源氏さんはじいさまの相手ができるくらいチェスが強いもんな。
Genji-san's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent.
南條先生よりも強いらしいぜ。
I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, right?
そうなんだ。
That's right.
昔相手をしてもらったことがあるけど、あれは勝たせてくれたのかな。
Long ago, he played against me, but he must have let me win.
マリア、もうすぐ飯だそうだぜ。
Please don't talk to Maria ever again. Maria, sounds like it'll be time to eat dinner soon.
しかし、よく一日中テレビを見ていて飽きねえな。
Look at you. You've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored. Listen, the TV kids of last generation are the iPad kids of this generation.
いつもテレビいっぱい見てるから平気。
I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. Ooh.
マリアちゃんはテレビっ子なんだね。
Maria-chan sure is a TV kid. I called it.
食事だから机の上を片付けないとダメだぜ。
Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. I mean, never mind, I'm young. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I'd never guessed.
源氏、エヴァさんたちにもせめて食事くらい一緒にしないかとお声をかけなさい。
Genji, ask Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us. It's TikTok kids nowadays? Millennial? Are you calling me a millennial? Are you calling me a millennial?
どうせ断るでしょうが。
Although they will probably turn us down.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
お父様の次はエヴァさんですか。
First father and now Eva-san.
つくづく後宮家の食卓には全員が揃いませんね。
It's quite hard to gather everyone to the Ushiromiya dinner table. Natsuki felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. Listen, I've told you before. I don't know if I've told you. She's a Gen Xer, Newtonia. Oh my god. I am a Gen Z millennial hybrid. I fall in between, okay? Leave me be. She is 221 older than Boomer. You're right. You're right. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuki had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible. And just now, Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it would be better if he had a little more concern for his safety. Kanan accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door.
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama.
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama. Shh, they're doing the do.
お夕食の準備が整いました。
Dinner has been prepared. You soon level 25? Nice! I'm only level 17 or something. He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response.
源氏様、これは。
Genji-sama, look at this. Kanan pointed under the door. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Why do they call it a Oh, I know why they call it a Western envelope, because the Japanese envelopes look different. They look different. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanan and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's, the same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with.
間違いない。
There can be no mistake.
親方様の封筒だ。
It is one of Master's envelopes.
あるいは。
Or could it be... Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice.
エヴァ様、エヴァ様、源氏でございます。いらっしゃいますか。
Eva-sama, Eva-sama, it's Genji. Are you there?
お返事をお願いいたします。
Please answer.
Eva-sama.
Oops, sorry. Please answer, Eva-sama. But there was no response from inside. They're dead! No one can escape that many dead flags. Kinzo's being a gremlin and sneaking around the mansion. Honestly, that's how I see it. He's just like, ee-hee-hee. Could it be Master is secretly American? No, he's not secretly American. But he is definitely a Westaboo. But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Ava's name. However, there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sound coming from inside. I hear something that sounds like the television. But I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and, carefully not to touch with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with a deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushinomiya family head ring.
Eva-sama! Eva-sama!
Please answer. Are you still in your room? But there was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Yeah, sure. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out a bundle of keys, which contained the key that would open the guest room.
Genji-sama!
Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock the door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, especially to do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. Oh god, they're not dead, they're playing Melty. Oh my god. But Genji had decided. If the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's. Or rather, one of the Western envelopes the Ushinomiya family had. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone else. Eva-sama, my apologies. Allow me to enter your room. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking. And after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started to open the door. Lights seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. Oh no. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside. So it also proved that they were in the room. The sound of the voices on the TV seeped out on the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV, all of these things made it clear they were in the room. But there was no sign of them. Genji called to Eva once again through the crack of the door. But there was no answer.
Genji-sama, ikaga shimasu ka?
Genji-sama, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion. But they had no way to open a door with a chain. Smash it open! The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. A creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Kanon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. I will call Madame in return. Kanon, cut the chain. Yes! As Kanon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop. Wait, Kanon. Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. You must not act alone. Yes. Certainly. It looked like Kanon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. But in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Kanon. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food in the serving cart. And Nanja was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought up that might turn the tables on him. But Genji's appearance immediately told them that something was wrong. Oh, what has happened, Genji-san?
南條先生、申し訳ありませんが、この勝負は一度中断させてください。
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow this match to be suspended for the time being.
カノンはチェーンを頼む。
Kanon, take care of the chain.
熊沢、食事の配膳は一時中断し、カノンと同行するよう。
Kumasawa, stop setting up the dinner for now and accompany Kanon.
私は奥様のところへ行く。
I will go over to Madame.
南條先生もご一緒に。
If you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo?
何かあったんですかな？
Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen.
熊沢さん、申し訳ありませんが、僕と一緒に来てください。
Kumasawa-san, my apologies, but please come with me.
何があったんですか、カノンさん。
What has happened, Kanon-san? Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, and chased after Kanon, who had flown out into the hallway. Taking Kumasawa with him, Kanon went to a storage room and looked through the tools, packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to cut the chain.
何を探してるんですか？
What are you looking for?
私も手伝いますよ。
Let me help too.
ドアチェーンを切断するんです。
We're cutting a door chain.
大きめの番線カッターはどこだっけ？
Where was the large wire cutter?
ドアチェーンを？
A door chain?
どうしてそんなことをするんですか？
Why would you do something like that?
エヴァ様たちの部屋にチェーンが。
The chain to Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san's room.
中にいらっしゃるはずなのに、お声をかけても返事がないんです。
Even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain. It took some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected. Oh. But she did realize that this was an urgent situation.
これなら多分。
That one will probably do the trick. Kanon took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it'd be easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Kanon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Thanks for reminding us of that, Kanon. Kanon took that and rushed up the stairs. Biggest suspects are Nanjo or Genji? You suspect them? The big thing is the chess game, and if the players in the chess game are not is Nanjo or Genji? I don't think so. I don't think so. Kanon took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Or perhaps it was already...
待ってください、カノンさん。
Please wait, Kanon-san.
早く!
Hurry! Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Kanon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. That wasn't there before.
何ですかこれは?
We should bring Maria over. What is this? Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle had been drawn on the shutters of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn like with a blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with a shape drawn inside, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. However, those strange characters filling the gaps which weren't from the alphabet were the same kind as the ones that on the magic circle on the shutter, failing to read. But the thing that had Kanon struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. First, he had taken a trip back to the kitchen. After that, he'd gone to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together, and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding. Several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Kanon surely would have wanted to.
Beatrice-sama.
Beatrice-sama.
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。恐ろしや恐ろしや。
It's the work of Beatrice-sama. How horrid. How horrid. Kanon gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to the disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. E. I was just gonna joke that it was a circle, but instead a door was squares, but the game went ahead and wrote that for me, not as a joke. Yo, the game says everything. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain, far more easily than he'd anticipated. The cut chain fell into two separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth.
Kanon-san, 足元に封筒が。
Kanon-san, there's an envelope by your feet.
しかもこれは親方様のもの。
And isn't that the master's? It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the Western envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Kanon hesitated for a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he eventually decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Kanon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. Fingerprints. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. Hey, it looks fine in here! I'm just kidding. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time.
Eva-sama.
Eva-sama? Eva was lying face up on the bed. On the bed with her shoes still on? Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Kanon and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Kanon had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Eva's head shifted into his line of sight, Kanon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something had been placed? Something was growing there? No. Right in the center of her forehead was an old-fashioned knife. That or some weapon like it was sticking out. At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Eva was dead, with some kind of weapon sticking out on her forehead. Oh. Gouge the head and kill? Was that the second night? I thought the second night had to do with the lovers. Splitting the lovers apart. So we're gonna see... I thought it was lovers. I'm sure we're gonna see him dead too. Where's the guy? That's a good question. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there, the weapon was stuck into Eva's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon.
Hideyoshi-sama wa...
What about Hideyoshi-sama?
Hideyoshi-sama!
Eva was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. Stupefy! I'm sorry. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as the most hotel bathrooms. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. We get to see him. The waterproof curtain was half open. And lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both his eyes open and pointing right at Kanon. Just like Eva, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Eva's had been. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, they heard Natsuhi's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Again with this graffiti. What about this letter? What does it say inside? I don't know. I haven't read it yet. What was the description? What the heck? Wait a second, I need to read these. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed after his death. This is the beginning of everything. Who was the next person? His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seemed to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. You know who's... why is Maria writing these? Why is Maria writing these? I never noticed the descriptions. I was just looking at the bodies. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. It seems the side of her head was smashed after her death. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. Is Maria the author of these descriptions? Yes, and this is Maria. His face seemed to have been smashed after his death. How unfortunate. Apparently he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Huh. Found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. Found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Eva was found in. Like Eva, there was a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap in the door. While the chain is set, you can't see them, so you can't reach them. Haze. How could a human possibly killed them? Why does it say Haze? I'm just drinking some water. Definitely the laugh of Nanjo. Yep, definitely the laugh of Nanjo, for sure. Mm-hmm. I don't know, I haven't read it yet. Song is Golden Slaughter by ZTS, by the way, it's very good.
うか 雑に触らん方がいいですな。
We shouldn't touch it carelessly.
犯人の指紋が残っとるかもしれん。
The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it.
警察に渡した方がいい。
We should hand it over to the police.
わざわざ手紙を残すくらいです。
They went out of their way to leave it here.
どうせ指紋など残っていません。
I'm sure they won't have left fingerprints. As Nazi said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Ava. Dead.
エヴァさん、奥様。こちらには秀吉様も。
Madame, Hideyoshi-san is here too.
これは
This is
むごいですな。
truly atrocious.
カノン、シャワーを止めてあげなさい。
Kanon, turn off the shower.
気の毒にも程があります。
Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be.
はい。
Yes, ma'am. Kanon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of bloody body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast. Dr. Nanjo.
わかったね。
I understand.
死斑は出とらんな。
No signs of post-mortem lividity?
も始まっとらん。
Rigor mortis hasn't begun either.
おそらく殺されてから1時間経ったかどうかというところだろう。
It would seem that an hour or so has passed since they were killed.
しかし、このような柄の短い凶器で頭蓋骨を。
But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull?
考えられん。
I cannot imagine. Nanjo checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Kanon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without all that? Nanjo thought about removing the weapon, but then decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped. They can't get out of the house because of a typhoon. There's no boats to get out of the island. You definitely missed the lore. Maria's the one who did it? No, I don't think so. She's been watching the TV the whole time. All of these guys had alibis. I don't get it. He noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear. Something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at this scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image in her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning at the garden storehouse. For a while, Natsuhi couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. At any rate, we can't let the children... At this point, everyone was in a group. Either Kinzo did it or truly is someone else around. Yeah, it's Kinzo or not. Couldn't have been any of them. I'ma just lay down. Not sleep, but lay down. Please lay down. Please sleep. Who is it? We can't let George-kun see this room. Oh, damn. Poor George. Seal this room with all haste. Yes, we mustn't let them see. If George-san saw his parents in this brutal state. But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George, even before he came dashing into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. However, when they saw Genji speak to Natsuki, when they saw her turn pale and fly out the parlor, they felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathering around the guest room, they were sure of it. Mother! Father! What is this? Another magic circle? Oh, guess who's here? Guess who's with us? She's with us this time. Maybe she can say something. And Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right? Hey, Kanon-kun. What's this all about? Battler-sama. Oh my god, look at his fucking face! Jesus motherfucking Christ! He has seen shit! It could be a trio, George, Maria, and the other guy? No, it's not. George just goes and kills his parents. He would not. I cannot believe they were playing Melty without us. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. Kano didn't have it to say anything. George's screams after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Second time he spots the dead bodies first? Wait a second, you're right. But I don't want to believe it's Kanon-kun. I don't want to believe it's any of them. I feel like it isn't any of them. Who? Who would do this? Oh, I thought of something a while back when I was not streaming. I thought it could be multiple people, guys. It could be multiple people doing this. I mean, think about it. It doesn't have to be just one person. The first murder could have been done by someone, and then someone else. We thought about this the last time. My thoughts exactly. Well, sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh yeah, he's breaking. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. George could. Hang in there. Great idea, streamer. Listen. How would they move all those people to the shed otherwise? Oh, I wasn't talking like that. I was talking more like the first murder was done by, say, Eva. The first murder was done by Eva and Hideyoshi. But then someone else saw this murdering happen, and they decided to murder someone. It's too many bodies and too little time without conspirators. Or magic. It's magic. Oh, whoa, whoa, it's magic! Natsuki touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist, over and over again. George Nissan, hang in there. Huh? Battler? Battler-sama. Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint. He did. Horrible. That's horrible. He proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day. And on the same day, even his mom and dad were killed. Isn't that too harsh? Of course, it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is. But to Battler, those left alone by the deaths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. I know everyone dies sooner or later. if you're human, you'll eventually reach a time when you've got to fight the sorrow of losing someone close to you.
でもよ、そいつは兄貴にとってはずっと未来の話で。
But still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki?
しかもそいつは一つずつ順番に訪れるべきもんじゃねえかよ。
And shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's too horrible. Thanks for the philosophical lesson, Battler, for real. That bastard. That bastard. Doesn't he even have a speck of human sympathy in him? Obviously not.
Oh, Battler, 泣かない泣かない。
Battler, don't cry. Don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears. Yeah, damn it, I won't cry anymore. Him? How does he know the gender? Wait, what are we talking? Oh, I think that's a bad translation. Let me just say that. It's just a bad translation. Tears of regret. Oh, sorry. Tears of regret. Tears of sadness. I won't shed them again. It's all useless. The witches got me backed into a corner. I'm always on the defensive. And that's useless. It's all useless. I'll spin the chessboard around. That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything. But guess what? I'll spin it around. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be hiding. We won't be hiding away, pissing ourselves. That bastard will. I'll expose you. You'll see. By tomorrow? No, screw tomorrow. Tonight. Before tonight's over, I'll be gripping you by the collar. At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come.
いいですね。
No objections, I take it? Nazi announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others. And when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Nazi still hadn't opened that western envelope of the family head that she'd picked up. But now that they decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor, where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out onto the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe something strange.
答えよ。
Maybe someone farted? Ooh, stinks?
マリアもわかるか?
Did you notice it too, Maria?
こりゃ何の匂いだよ。ひでえ匂いだぜ。
Did you notice it too, Maria? Seriously, what's that smell? It's awful. It's emu. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway. One that none of them had smelled until then.
私、ちょっと厨房を見てきます。
I will quickly go to check the kitchen.
火はちゃんと消したはずなんですよ。
I'm sure I turned off the flame. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away.
Kano, Kumasawa to ikinasai.
Kana, go with Kumasawa.
Thank
you. 一人にさせないように。
Thank you for the follow. Rona Odidi. Thank you for the follow. Follow arigato. Do not let her be alone. Yes. After nodding at Genji's order, Kanan followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in the other directions as well. I wonder if the Shannon murder was truly coincidence. George and Shannon could have served as the second Twilight too, now that I think about it. Maybe in another instance they will be. Maybe in another instance they will be. But I think that in every instance of this game, there will be lovers that are alive and that will be taken and killed. So. Oh my god, thank you for the... Uh-oh, stinky! Thank you for that. Ooh. Stinks! Welcome, welcome, Rona. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're playing some... I was gonna say Higurashi. We're playing some Umineko.
これは確かに鼻が曲がりそうな匂いですね。
It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle.
しかし、換気のために窓を開けてもいいものか。
However, that doesn't mean we can just open a window for ventilation. Natsuki was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important.
換気扇を回させましょう。
Let us run the fan.
窓を開ける必要はないと思います。
I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows. Chloe, you know the whole plot of this game. Can I DM you a question about other chapters? Ooh. Thank you for the DMing. Thank you so much.
ジョージの兄貴。
George Aniki.
話しかけても大丈夫かよ。
Is it okay if I talk to you?
犯人を探す相談なら構わないよ。
If it's about finding the culprit, then I have no problem. It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit, who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents.
部屋にはチェーンがかかってた。
The chain for this room was set.
さっき構造を見たが、とても外から細工できる代物じゃねえ。
From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside.
つまり、完璧な密室だったってことだ。
In other words, this was a perfectly closed room.
そうなるね。
That does seem to be the case. Umineko's my favorite game. I clicked through the game category, then I followed. Oh, thank you so much! This is my first playthrough. We're still only on chapter 1. Eva and Hideyoshi just died. We need Conan on the case. We do. Meitante Conan! 真実はいつも一つ!
Bara庭園の倉庫の時は、シャッターの鍵を使用人室からこっそりと持ち出したのだろうとか。
In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter key out of their servant's room.
あるいは、複製の鍵を持っていた可能性とか、いくつか方法が想像できた。
Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it.
でも、チェーンは違う。
But this chain is different.
チェーンは一般に浸透した施錠方法の中で、最もシンプルに密室を構築できる。
Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with. Umineko supremacy? Ooh. Let's be wishes and see newbie go through the story and figure it out. Oh my gosh. Yeah. No spoilers? Yeah, please.
物理的に破壊しない限り、外からはどうにもならないぜ。
Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as this isn't physically broken.
じゃあつまり、犯人は扉からは出入りしなかったってことなのか。
So does this mean the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door?
こりゃ面白い。
Aww. Aww, Chloe giving a gift sub to Rona. Yasashi ne. Thank you for the safe sub. And Rona, enjoy your emotes. Thank you so much for that. Always interesting to see other people finding the gold. I'm not very good at this, I think. George pretty much instantly able to think straight again. Damn, he tough. Yeah, he is.
つい数時間ほど前にも扉以外でどうやって部屋から出入りしたのかってみんなで騒いだ気がするぜ。
That's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room without using the door. Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how Grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Ava stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed. And since Aunt Natsuki was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. Aunt Ava proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuki might have thrown Grandfather out the window and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside, and the bodies had been inside the room. This time, it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include Grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. There was a key in the servants' room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Natsuki entered that room. So if Grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or like my theory, Grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone or had left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Natsuki could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This was a perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well. Except for a witch.
なら、犯人は室内に入らずに
A witch.
犯行に及んだ。
In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room?
部屋の外から何らかの方法で
Was some method from outside the room? I can't help but notice that Natsuki was wearing her shoes while she was on the bed, so she must have been placed on the bed. Did I say Natsuki? I meant Eva. I meant Eva. Good point.
チェーンである以上、人が通れるほどは開けなくても、多少の隙間を空けることができる。
Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack.
ノックして顔を覗かせたところを襲うとか。
Did the culprit knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them? The windows were locked. She passed out her shoes, so the rule is you can draw it on her face. She passed out with her shoes on, so the rule is you can draw on her face, but they drew a little too deep. Interesting. They drew very deep. They did.
いや、甘いか。
Wait, am I missing something?
甘いよな。
甘いよな。Yes, you are.
エヴァおばさんの遺体が扉のすぐそばだったなら、それも考えたぜ。
If Aunt Ava's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible.
だが、エヴァおばさんは部屋の奥のベッドの上。
But she was on the bed at the back of the room.
しかも、秀吉おじさんはバスルームだった。
And Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom.
チェーンの隙間からでは、姿を見ることもできねえし、手を伸ばすこともできねえ。
Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't see them. You couldn't even see them. You couldn't reach them without your hands. With your hands either. Blah, 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 blah. Damn it.
全然ダメだぜ。さっぱりだ。
Damn it, it's all useless. I don't have a clue. Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. Not her. It was Maria.
満足って 何がだ?
Sorry. She said, ooh, satisfied? What do you mean, satisfied?
バトラは親族の誰かを疑うのが嫌だから、犯人はベアトリーチェであってほしいと願ったよ。
Battler, since you didn't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish, saying you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right?
だからベアトリーチェは叶えた。
Well, Beatrice granted that wish.
バトラが言った通り、絶対に人間には無理なことをして、バトラに魔女の存在を信じさせてくれた。
Just as you asked, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch.
なのにわがまま。
And now you're complaining? How selfish. Kill the damn kid. Dude! He just slapped her! I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist. Okay, he didn't slap her.
Ah, 叶えてくれてありがとうよ。
Sure, thanks for granting that wish.
今のはその礼と、不謹慎な時に笑ったことへの教育的指導だ。
That just now was a thank you, and also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate.
それより教えやがれ。
More importantly, tell me.
エヴァおばさんたちの部屋の扉にも、また怪しげな落書きがされていた。
There was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room.
あれもまた魔法陣なのか?
Was that another magic circle?
あれは特に覚えやすい特徴的な形なんだから、あのくらい知っててほしいね。
That one had a really memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hope you'd at least know what it was. A door? He's not that brute. It was a love tap. Boop. Can we like you now? Maria was me when I was young when people told me fairies don't exist. Oh, that's depressing. Oh no. Okay, I've seen in Conan episodes that it is possible to do a closed chain murder. But... because I've seen it in Conan. Using tape and stuff. But I don't know. I don't know, man.
知らねえから花を持たせてやってんだ。
I don't know, which is why I'm letting you take the credit.
ごちゃごちゃ言わねえで解説しろい。
Quit whining and explain.
バトラは暴力的だね。
You sure are violent, Battler.
あんまり意地悪すると教えないよ。
I won't tell you if you're too mean. Get it?
あ、痛い。言うよ、このげんこつ男。
She still says, ooh. I'll say it. Stop hitting me. You think the murderer's inside the room? I don't believe it. I don't think so. Maria starts pissing me off. Oh. You have in consideration what tools they have here. Yeah, you have to consider that. They do have a lot of tools. She just needs a little bit of correction. She's adorable.
あれは月の一の魔法陣だよ。
That's the first magic circle of the moon.
何の意味がある?
What does it mean?
その魔法陣のご利益は?
What's this magic circle's effect?
書かれてるヘブライ語の意味は?
What does the Hebrew writing mean?
記されているのは旧約聖書詩編第107編の16節。
Seems like I'm about to go Google this. The words are from the Old Testament, Psalms 107, verse 16. Speaking of, let me check my email really fast. Sorry, guys, let me check my email. She hasn't answered me! Fuck! Looking up magic circles? No! Oh, we can see your emails. Oh yeah, you totally could. I could see what I was looking at. Hello, Adrona. How are you? I'm doing okay. Just reading. How about you? The murderer probably went in the room, locked the chain, killed the two, wrote something in their blood, slipped a letter out the door, and hid so- I doubt it. I doubt it. Hello, Clads. How you doing?
主は聖堂の扉を破り、鉄の栓抜きを打ち破ってくださいました。
For he has broken gates of brass and cuts through the bars of iron.
魔法陣の効用は2つ。
This magic circle has two effects.
1つはいかなる方法によって閉ざされた扉でも開くことができる。
First, it can open a door regardless of which method has been used to lock it.
そりゃ便利な魔法だぜ。
That sure is convenient.
つまり魔法の力に頼らなきゃ開けぬ密室の扉っていう魔女様のアピールってわけか。
So you're saying they're trying to make it look like they're a witch, because this closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on magic?
もう一つの効用は
And the other effect?
開かぬ扉を八方塞がりの事態に見立て、扉を開く。
When you're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions, it opens a door.
難解な事態の時に用いることで、それまで思いつきもしなかった解決策を与えてくれるんだよ。
By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then.
平たく言うと、観察力や洞察力、ひらめきや直感を授けてくれるんだね。
Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration and intuition. Glad you're doing good.
ベアトリーチェはバトラごとき人間風情にこの扉の開き方がわかるものかって挑発してるんだよ。
Beatrice is trying to provoke you, since there's no way lowly humans like Balor could figure out how this door was opened.
よーし、もう黙れご苦労。
Okay, good work. So shut up.
上等だぜ。その魔女の挑戦。
Sounds great.
受けてや。
Well, sounds great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch.
マリアちゃん、この世に魔女も悪魔も存在しない。
Maria-chan, things like witches and demons don't exist in this world.
父さんと母さんは誰かが殺した。
Someone killed father and mother.
それが僕のよく知る人間なのか、知らない人間なのかはわからない。
I don't know whether that was someone I know or not.
でも、そのどちらであっても必ず人間なんだ。
But either way, it was definitely a human.
しかし、どうやって？
Yeah, but how?
せいぜい10センチ程度しか開かない扉の隙間からどうやったら室内の2人を？
How did they reach those two through that crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide.
それにしても耐え難い匂いです。
At any rate, I can hardly stand this stench.
一体何事なのですか？
What in the world could it be? Kana and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen.
ボイラー室。
The boiler room.
またボイラーの調子が悪いんでしょうか。
I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Slam.
今の音は？
His face. What was that sound? The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it out as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at the sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Eva and Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now?
カノンさん。
After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kanon ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now, there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs. The person who'd closed the door had been inside the boiler room now. Had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. But Kanon was a servant, so he knew. There were 2 entrances to the boiler room, one that opened to the mansion and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Kanon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Of course, with this argument, even if Kumasawa joined him, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kanon go alone, and she rushed down the stairs. At that time, Kanon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Kanon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Kanon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Kanon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Why? Kanon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then, he answered.
ルーレットは数字と赤黒にかけて配当を競い合う。
In roulette, you bet on a number or the colors red or black, vying for a payoff.
だが、赤か黒かのようなリスクの低い賭けはその程度の配当しか与えられない。
However, low-risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff. The words coming from Kanon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. That darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. It was such a fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Kanon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they probably no. They would certainly laugh. But Kanon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest.
逆に、より的中率の低い賭け方をすれば、そのリスクに比例した配当が与えられる。
However, if you bet on something with a low probability, your payoff increases proportional to the risk.
親方様は、天文学的なリスクを的中できることを奇跡と呼び。
The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle.
その結果得られる天文学的な配当を魔法と呼んでいた。
And called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic.
親方様とお前がどんな魔法を求めてルーレットに挑んでいるのか。そんなことには興味ない。
I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing at his face. I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette.
しかし、お前は忘れている。
But you forgot something.
ルーレットには赤でも黒でもない目が出うることを。
You forgot that in roulette. Oh, you forgot that in roulette there's a pocket that is neither black nor red. Roulette has a special pocket called zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all of the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit.
僕は一つだけ心に決めていた。
I set my heart on just one thing.
もし
I decided that if
シャノンが殺されて僕が生き残るようなことがあったなら
Shannon were to be killed, and I was left alive.
この身を投げ出して、お前のルーレットをすべて台無しにしてやろうと。
I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to ruin.
これは、親方様が決めたルールでも、ましてや、お前が決めたルールでもない。
This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours.
このルールは僕が作った。
I made this rule myself.
僕は、もう家具じゃない。
I'm not furniture anymore.
お前のルーレットの、ゼロなんだ。
I'm the zero in your roulette. Finally not furniture. Woo! How does he know all of this about gambling? Kanon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Kanon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he'd never shown anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downwards. It was clear that the emotion causing Kanon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Kanon suppressed that emotion.
僕はもう、お前の言葉に惑わされたりはしない。
I won't let your words lead me astray again.
悪魔のルーレットはこれでおしまいだ。
This is where the demon's roulette ends.
地獄にてさらに1000年。次の召喚者を待つがいい。
Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner.
ベアトリーチェ!
Oh. When Kanon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at the courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. What was that? What was that? Could someone make a clip so I can watch it? Could someone make a clip so I can watch what she looked like there? It was me. It was the portrait? Is that it? Was her face in the portrait twisted or anything? It was just the portrait? It wasn't the face wasn't twisted or anything? Wait, was that? Thank you. No, it's just her. It's just the portrait. It's just the portrait. Thank you for that. It was just the portrait. I'm kind of surprised. It would be so much cooler if the portrait had like a creepy face on it. God damn it, man. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry about that. Kanon, his hatchet still held aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that, with a pair of thuds, Kanon's knees hit. Left, then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's forehead was on Kanon's chest, in Kanon's chest. No, I don't want to hear this! I don't want to hear this! Kanon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corners of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Kanon's white skin. Okay. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, A funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Kanon had already been prepared for his own death, but although he could not do nothing but accept the death he had received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands and gritted his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain. He pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant blop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Kanon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead.
Kanon-san?
Kumasawa-san, no! Yeah! Kawaiso! Kawaiso! Someone! Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Kanon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Oh, what a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Oh, what incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all of the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me, Kumasawa! The first one to dash in was Natsuhi, holding the rifle. Butler and Genji dashed in after. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Kanon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Kanon, answer me! Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Natsuhi realized that even though Kanon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to the doctor. Natsuhi, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, Who is hiding over there? Come out quietly. Come out quietly. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy. We need a light. At Natsuhi, let's light them up. Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shed alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into. But the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping at a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. At Natsuhi, where does that door go?
Genji,
She doesn't know. Genji, where does that door lead to? The courtyard. Like hell I'd let you get away, you damn bastard. Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There was some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting, Wait, Battler-kun! It's dangerous to be on your own right now. Natsuhi was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery, but there was no chance. All he saw as he spun was more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were 2 entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Why? Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from the outside of the mansion. The doors had been built without locks. Why? Why? He died as he lived, useless but brave. You're not wrong. Aesthetic reasons. No. Because narration dictates it says so. He didn't know which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing. Battler-kun, you mustn't run ahead by yourself. Battler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried. Yo, this guy goes through the emotions. Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. And now Kanon-kun. Mada 生きてるんだけど. You killed a full 6 people. And that wasn't enough, so you had to kill 3 more. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi were always kind and fun. I just met Kanon yesterday, but I'm sure I'd gotten along fine with him. Why did you kill them? Why? Why? You know, when people die, they don't come back to life again, right? When people die, when the people are killed, they die. When people die, they are killed. They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots. Why'd you kill them? Why? Why? Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried, with all his strength. Natsu, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side. And at the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be. So she held him. Aww. It's not Daijobu. It wasn't Daijobu. It's alright. I will definitely protect Sorry. I will definitely protect you, George-kun, Maria-chan, and Jessica. As a mother, and as the representative of the Ushiromiya family. All was not Daijobu. Battler, after sobbing into Natsu's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he'd cried more than enough already. Anyway, let's go back down for now. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow, the boat will arrive. After that happens, the police will come, and everything should be brought to light. Natsu is putting a red flag on herself, not gonna lie. A little bit to me, too. This is me every time coaching Kage and TFT and he still loses. Oh my god, it will all be Daijobu. It will be Daijobu.
この島から逃げられるものですか？
There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle.
そうっすね。
That's right.
警察さえ。
When the police come, when the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. Ah, wakatta. I have to retract that one. Whoa, you won first place twice? Nice. I've never played TFT before. My rise will be meteoric. We got a title drop here. When the seagulls cry. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. Even sadder title drop. TFT is just brain rot Gamba game, but it was nice. That's what I've heard. It's kind of like a brain rot game. I tried to watch it once, but I got super bored. I think you have to know how to play to find it interesting. I think. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsuhi and told everyone weakly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Kanon-kun to the servants' room. The servants' room had a first aid kit and a sink, and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kanon-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been struck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapons stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we had expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick. Or rather, a thin stake. And it has a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might have been driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic rituals. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanon-kun's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. These two? Small port town harbors have certain appeals to it, like murder. Nice to play while watching good stream like this. Once you learn, it scratches the brain itch, you know? I bet. Auto ballers are more fun to watch if you have played them, I would say. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because, like, I'm just watching and I'm like, I have no idea what's happening. Deeply unchristian rituals using Christian lore and symbols. You think that they're using Christian lore and symbols here? I think they're just using pure demonic lore and demonic Satanist symbols. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head. Her back to it. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... Ugh. I stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was grandfather, who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown. I believe it is most likely the master. I agree.
このようなお姿でお亡くなりになるとは。
That he would pass away in such a state? Well, we don't actually know how he passed away because he's burned right now. He may have been done, something may have been done to him earlier. If I hated a religion, I would use their own symbols in mockery. You would? Turns out Kinzo doesn't know where he is at all times. Not anymore, at least. It's heartrending.
でもこの死体本当にじいさまだって保証はあるんすか？
But is there any proof that this corpse really is grandfather?
こうも黒焦げじゃ性別さえも想像つかないってのに。
It's burnt so black you can't even tell what sex it is.
バトラ君、足をご覧なさい。
Butler-kun, look at the feet. At Nazi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet.
両足の指が6本あるのがお分かりになりませんか？
Notice how there are 6 toes on each foot.
本当だ。
You're right. Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Are they called incest toes? Is he incestuously bred? Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed.
親方様はお生まれの時から両足の指がそれぞれ6本でした。
The master was born with 6 toes on both of his feet.
そして故に親方様は後宮家の再興を託されたのです。
Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family.
後宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。
I have heard that since long ago, cases of polydactyly were common in the Ushiromiya family. Any of you guys have polydactyly in any of your hands or fingers or your toes? I don't. I have the 5 fingers on each hand and 5 toes on each foot. The Foot Clan went cream 12 toes, please. Please. Let's just say I smelled something similar. Ooh, polydactyly. I have 3 legs. Okay, anyway, let's continue.
多分遺伝的なものでしょう。
It's probably hereditary. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God, when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. Who's talking here? Because if Battler's talking, does he believe in God? I feel like Battler is not one to believe in a god. I have a prosthetic leg in my room. Why?
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Kaori-chan, mizu nai. Mizu nai da kedo. Kaori-chan, mizu nai da kedo. Mizu motte nai da kedo. Mou nakunatta. I play TFT, no need for any toes and only 1 finger. I can bend both my thumbs 9 degrees. I don't think I can do that. Don't worry about it. I have the 21st toe. I'm sure you do. He said something like God something before. Oh. Yeah, I'm still going. Yeah, I am. It's exciting. There's no way to stop this right now. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. So while they're still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to a hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. Thank you for telling me that, good sir. Neteta kara shiranakatta. Sokka, neteta no? Neteta no? Yoku neteta no? I'm back. Happy 420 hours? Really, though. Takes a lot of time reaching, and you will know, am I? Researching, and I will know. It takes a lot of time researching. He wants us to know this. The author, yes, he does. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't all that rare. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. So? According to Aunt Nazi, among the many Ushiryomiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. I wonder who else does in this family. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. Mecha neteta yo. Mecha neta yo. Yokatta ne, demo. Yokatta. Thank you for the stream. Had a good time. Hope you all have a good one. TY for all the voice acting. Have a good night, Kage. Have a good night. You'd be surprised inbreeding? Do you think it's inbreeding? Yonaka zenzen nerenakute. So kamo ne. Kino neremasen deshita ka? Kyo? Good night, Kage. Thank you for stopping by. Sleep well. It's inbred? Huh? It's kind of unofficially dead? Not yet. Pretty common with feudal rulers. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family, because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position at the head so much, the 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. I wonder where that is. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. Hold on, let's keep reading. It was just like Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that had been stabbed into Kanan-kun's chest. One of those demon ice picks was stuck in his forehead. The head's ring is not on his finger. So the letter last night was telling the truth. Father would probably be horribly disappointed. System. Burned in the incinerator, with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his risky gamble. So, 今日全然寝れなかった。そうなの？じゃあ、寝るのは良かったじゃない？ Someone who goes to my kung fu actually has an extra thumb on their hand. Oh, interesting! That's cool. Rulers want their family little traits to be seen as good things. That's true. They want the incestuous things to be seen as good. Save really fast. Natsuhi-san let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here at the lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when grandfather's corpse started to burn in the incinerator. Since according to Genji, the strength of the flame hadn't been that strong, the body must have started burning a long time ago. So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done. What? What? そうだね。でもめっちゃママの配信聞いたまま寝ちゃってたけど、そう、ちょっとやばいんじゃないですか、この配信は。したいばかりじゃないですかな。夢が悪くなるんじゃないですか。He was extra crispy. Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his autolock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. Really? And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction, since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kirie-san's chessboard theory, I've been using the contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of a 19th person is even less plausible, as long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. PS3 exclusive song? Thank you, Mod. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji-san, Kumasawa Ba-chan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather, right? Maybe we can think of other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their face for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, he had lost his entire face, as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body it was by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch. Among us? Among us? The ruler of the 14th layer of hell.
それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。
Maria-chan, you mustn't stare it so fixedly anymore.
さあ、バトラ君も。
Come on, Battler君 too.
カノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。
I'm worried about Kanon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any longer than necessary.
戻りましょう。
Let us return.
Oh.
Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that enthusiasts couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the head.
Oi, Maria.
Hey, Maria.
Beatriceの目的は何なんだ?
What's Beatrice after?
俺たち全員の命か?
Is it after all of our lives?
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。
Beatrice will revive very soon.
その時、誰も生き残れはしない。
At that time, none shall be left alive.
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。
How can you laugh at something like that?
自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか?
Do you think you're the only one who's safe?
どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない?
Why don't you feel like you're in danger?
どうして怯えない?
Why aren't you scared?
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。
Beatrice made a promise.
マリアは黄金郷へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。
She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land.
そこはね、しがらみも何もない、すべての人たちがずっと一緒に、いつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。
It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations, everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else.
マリアは楽しみだよ。
I'm looking forward to it.
その時はもうすぐだもん。
That time will come very soon. Maybe one of her personalities is named Beatrice. She has a deal, she does. She's laughing because she does it? No. I don't know. Sounds like death. The Golden Land. Maria probably has an accomplice. I don't think it's Maria. I don't think it's Maria. Kanon's still alive? Yes. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago, when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient. A good kid. This new Maria, 6 years later, and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Just who is she, this witch who calls herself Maria? To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence, one by one. Is that why she's in such high spirits?
Maria, もう一遍だけ聞く。
Let me ask this one more time.
どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。
You'll probably answer the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more.
お前は昨日、バラ庭園で手紙をもらった。
Yesterday, you were given a letter in the rose garden.
そいつは誰なんだ？
Who gave it to you?
だからベアトリーチェ。
Like I said, Beatrice.
バトラがまだ信じない。
Battler still doesn't believe. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person, or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, and has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written on the letter we picked up in Aunt Ava's and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. And Natsu should still have it with her. Whew. It's 8 o'clock. Why did it zoom in so much? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Yabai! No! Kanon-kun! Little break from this beach? Oh my gosh. You calling Maria a bitch? I kind of like Maria. You want a random clip? Okay, we can play that. Because it's finishing up. Oh. Just wanna buck. Just wanna hold your hand. Okay. 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 Okay, let's read about how poor Kanon-kun did not regain consciousness. In the end, Kanon-kun did not regain consciousness. Found in the boiler room with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his chest. How presumptuous of low-leaf furniture like that. No. In the end, Kanon-kun did not regain consciousness, even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. Of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. And what? Say that the witch exists? And say that the witch exists, and then he goes, I don't believe it? What? No. It actually wouldn't have mattered. However, at the time they carried Kanon away, it was already too late.
申し訳ありません。
My sincere apologies.
あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
With proper facilities, without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound.
いえ、無理もないことです。
No, that's perfectly understandable.
最善を尽くしてくださり
Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Whoopsies. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon's life, up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Kanon-kun until the moment of his death. George Aniki tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
If only I hadn't let Kanon-san go alone.
気に病むことはない。
Do not let that bother you. Is it Genji?
仮に一緒だったら熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。
No. I don't believe it's anyone. I don't believe it's anyone. It's not Nanjo. I think it might be Genji, if it has to be a person. But if it's not a person, if it has to be a person, I think it's Genji. But that still doesn't mean I believe it. He killed Kanon Reynolds. No, you're right. You're right, Kenkimaru. There's no one. There's no one that could possibly be doing these things. You're right. No, it can't be George. So we're dealing with what? A witch. We're dealing with a witch. Do not let that bother you. If you had been with him, you would probably have been attacked as well.
それに愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
He foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistake.
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。
How can you say it like that?
カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。
Kanon-kun spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to them.
熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
If only Kumasawa-san had gone with him, the culprit might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head. You can't help it, she's an old lady.
Jessica.
今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。
You shouldn't talk to her now.
僕だって。そしてバトラ君もだろう。
It's the same for me, and probably you as well, right, Battler-kun?
もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
We don't know what's going on, and it feels like our hearts are gonna split open. There were tears in George Aniki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down, crying, probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカ。
Shut up! Hello, Twist. How's the plan going? It's going good. The murderer was whoever was backseat in the streamer who is the imposter. Damn, only this far and you already believe in witches? What do you mean? Of course I do. As shit as anime supposedly is, it may be worth at least watch it with a pinch of salt. Should I watch it? I don't think so. Nothing is Daijobu, well, except for Maria. Yeah, really though. Maria is Daijobu.
カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
You'll be able to meet Kanon again soon.
よしてくれよ。
Stop it.
そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
I don't need you trying to console me like that.
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。
Beatrice will resurrect the dead and even love that has been lost.
だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。
So you'll definitely be able to meet him soon.
そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
Then everyone will be able to live in peace.
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。
So the one who killed Kanon-kun is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you that letter yesterday?
そいつはどこにいるんだよ。
Where is she?
どこに隠れてるんだよ。
Where is she hiding?
私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。
I'll find her and I'll tear it apart.
言えよ。知ってるんだろ犯人の正体を。
Tell me, you know who the culprit really is, don't you?
お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。
What do you know and what are you hiding? Also, shut up. These scenes might be interesting to see animated. Maybe the animated a 19th person escaping the boiler room. Maybe.
話しやがれ。
Tell me, damn it!
お嬢様、おやめください。
The lady, please stop. Oy vey. Shut up.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists!
いる。
Exists!
ちくしょう。源氏さん話せよ。
Damn it, let go of me, Genji-san.
マリアが犯人を知ってる。
Maria knows who the culprit is.
しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。
And she's hiding their identity even though she knows.
そして俺たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us.
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica, be silent. Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calm. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Nazi slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕は君が断じて犯人ではないことを知っている。
Maria-chan, I know there's no way you're the culprit.
君はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。
You've been with us since the very beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any culprit.
だから聞かせてほしい。
So, I want you to tell me something.
君に昨日手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday. Who was she? Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。
I already asked her the same thing a second ago.
返事は同じさ。
Her answer was the same as before.
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。
I want to hear it from Maria's mouth.
ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Who is Beatrice?
言ってもどうせ信じない。
Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe anyway. Iru is, it's Iru, it's I, it's not A. No, it's Iru, it's Iru. It's Iru. It's Iru. Iru means to exist. I don't think that has anything to do with her name. She is Iru. Beatrice wa Iru desho. Don't give up. Think critically. Magic doesn't exist. No, magic exists. I'm not thinking critically anymore. There's no way anyone did this shit. Iru Iru. Iru ne. Tabun iru to omou. I'm not seeing anyone stick to it then. Magic doesn't exist, just not in this event. Magic does, just not here. I don't know.
それはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean by that?
ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で？
Could it be the culprit someone we know well?
君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？
And you're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason?
君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
Who gave you that letter?
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。
I got it from Beatrice. ちなみに寝てる間にエヴァが死んだ。 見てください、かおりちゃん。見て見て。亡くなりましたよ。死にましたよ。嬉しいの嬉しいのYou translate every single other language that uses a Roman alphabet, it'd be widely different from language to language. Yeah. きちゃー嬉しいか。嬉しいよね。めっちゃ泣いとる人おるわ。そうそうそうそう。あ。Romanized music happens to be my beloved. Or multiple fake deaths? No, no, these are real. でもこの人も亡くなりました。ちょっと悲しい。カランくんが。カランくん。I got it from Beatrice.
何度だって言う。
I'll say it no matter how many times you ask.
手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。
I got the letter from Beatrice. No, Flora's doing the right thing. You have to think outside the box. Why would someone fake all these deaths? Eva 以外。まあ、死ななくてよかったのに、そうだね。マリア性格変わってる。めっちゃ変わってる。めっちゃ変わってるよ。不思議。怪しい。怪しさすだよ。Reminds me of Danganronpa. In Danganronpa, did someone fake their death? さすだよ。Nanjo does have the medical knowledge to fake a brutalized corpse? No way. Junko and Oshima? But Junko used another person. There's no other person. 小学生。そうそう、めっちゃさ、中二病あるけどね、この小学生。Then Nanjo would be on it at least. She faked her death like that. It's true she faked it, but there's no other person. I doubt it.
ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから？
George Oni-chan, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit?
ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。
You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up.
だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。
So you won't be satisfied until your opponent is a human you can hit.
だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れられない。
So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it.
だから言っても無駄。
So it's pointless for me to tell you.
信じない。
You won't believe.
でもマリアは何度も言うよ。
But I'll keep on saying it.
真実だから言うよ。
Because it's true.
ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。
Beatrice exists. 急に性格悪。この顔も悪いでしょ。いる。ビアトリーチがいる。いるいる。It just got worse. Need Leighton brain? Leighton doesn't have this kind of puzzle. Nanjo's playing chess. He can't be all that nice.
黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。
The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened.
マリアはそこに行くの。
I'll go there.
ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。
Beatrice promised.
その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。
In that world, Mama is nice. Papa is with us and is also nice. Who the fuck is her papa?
マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。
I want to go there right away.
みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。
Everyone is afraid of Beatrice.
そしてそれは無理もないことだけど。
But that's only natural.
なら安心して。
So calm yourselves.
ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。
Beatrice said so herself.
台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。
By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said.
狂ってる。
あ、そうか。狂ってる、狂ってる。中二病がめっちゃ悪い、この人。の世界に行くのにみんな殺したの。そうそうそう。殺してからみんなが、その世界に行くということ。よく喋るガキだなって言われそう。言うかなおう。
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが。とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。
Maria, I don't mind you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now.
魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとって、さぞや現状は愉快だろうが。とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。
I'll bet this is all pretty happy situation for you, since you're always going on about how witches exist. But keep that to yourself for now.
他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
Don't try to force that on other people.
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだと思ってたけど。
I know I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now.
おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。
But there's really something wrong with her. 変わってる。ほら、言ってたね。
バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは
Don't you think so too, Battler? Genji-san?
熊沢さんは母さんはどうだよ。
Kumasawa-san? What about you, Mom?
マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。
Maria knows who the culprit is and she's hiding it.
確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。
Okay, maybe she hasn't done anything directly.
でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。
But she's definitely working with the criminal.
そうさ、スパイさ。
That's right, she's a spy.
私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
We can't let her stay with us any longer.
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。
Maria-chan, you must realize there are times when indiscreet discussion is best avoided.
これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば、おばさんも本気で怒ります。
If you keep adding oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Aunt Natsuki glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Very frightening. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsuki's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Kanan-kun, grandfather. There was a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. It's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時ではありません。
Toss Maria into the boiler, the guy will show himself. I mean, who knows if it's a guy? Maria's smarter than Ava, not taunting a woman with a loaded gun. For real, though.
犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今。
At any rate, there is no time to quarrel. Now that we are certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere.
私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
We must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow.
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。
I agree strongly with Aunt Natsuhi.
犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。
We can find out who the culprit is at our leisure tonight. Yeah, very leisurely.
今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
For now, though, we better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in. As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long, long time until tomorrow. We need to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief.
私も同感ですな。
I agree.
私も含め、もうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。
Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included.
今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
I believe it would be wise to take that into account as we move forward.
そういうこった。
That's right.
敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
There's a high probability that the enemy's got the equivalent of a master key.
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
Were Shannon, Kanon-kun, and Goda-san holding master keys?
はい。
Yes.
勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
They were supposed to have them on their person during their work.
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかった方が。誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
I think they should go back and look at the 6 people murder. We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone stole a key from them.
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。
In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servants' room at some point to unlock the garden shutter.
そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
It's conceivable but that they obtained a master key from there earlier on. There were many servants serving the Ushiryomiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. And we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束を拝借したとして、
Even if they borrowed a bundle of keys from the pockets of one of the murdered servants.
その鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
Is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open?
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。
Because of the nature of our job, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms.
お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
All of them in the mansion and in the guest house.
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと意味がないってわけだ。
So in other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless.
上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。
Fine, who cares about locking up? If you're gonna come, bring it on, damn it.
返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
I'll beat you at your own game.
敵は正面から来ないよ。
The enemy won't approach us from the front.
最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君。
But if, I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents and Kanon-kun.
そしておじい様の霊を見る限り、敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。
And even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people.
一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room.
そうだな。
That's right.
兄貴の言う通りだ。
It's just like Aniki says.
ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
And maybe Aunt Natsuhi's rifle can serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking.
なら良いのですが。
I hope that is so, but...
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
At this point, I bet she has something actually important to say. Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while. Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start getting pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。
If I may.
一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所。
I do know of just one place that cannot be entered, even with the servant's keyring. It's cliche, I know.
それはどこです？
Where is that?
はい。
That would be
親方様の書斎です。
the master's study.
私は反対だぜ。
I'm against this.
じいさまの気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
I don't even want to think about going in grandfather's creepy room. Dude, go in there. You think granddad's still alive and he cut off his own feet?
How
many keys can gain access to that room?
2本です。
There are 2.
1本は常に私が。
I always have one on my person.
もう1本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先ほどボイラー室の遺体からこれを。
I always have one on my person. The other was held by the master himself, but just now I found this on the corpse in the boiler room. Genji-san took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which had once lent to Natsuki.
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが。
Normally, it would have been proper to leave the master's key for the police.
親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので。
But because of the master's...
私がお預かりさせていただいております。
Shabari ga osoi. But because of master's orders to protect the safety of the study, I borrow it from time to time.
なるほど。ということは、金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯というわけですな。
I see, which means that Kinzo-san's study is the only place where we can be safe.
そういうことになりますね。
It would appear that way.
あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが。
I don't even want to think about being shut up in a strange room at night.
あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
But it appears we must acknowledge that his room is safer than anyone else anywhere else right now.
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじいさまを犯人は連れ出して殺してる。
Even though grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him.
絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
We can't be certain that it's truly safe.
バトラ君の説のおじいさまがうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出た。
Shaberi ga osoi. So Genji-san no shaberi ga mecha osoi yo. Mechakucha osoi. More words in the Bible, 4 question arcs and 4 answer arcs, same as Higurashi. I think it's... Is it the same? Yeah, I think so. I always like the answer arcs more than the question arcs, of course. Genji's mighty sus. Higurashi has 8 too? Okay, okay.
と考えるなら、籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。
According to your theory, grandfather cleverly found a way around the receipt trick and left the room of his own free will. If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all.
楽観的すぎだぜ、兄貴。
You're too optimistic, Aniki. However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. Prove. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. But that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
Ji-sanの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか?
Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in? Yeah. Are you gonna finish it tonight? I don't know, how much longer do we have? How much longer do we have? Say around 1 hour and a half? Maybe we should stop. Maybe we should stop. Are you feeling tired? No, but read faster. Your call. Maybe stop right here. What time do you usually go to bed? Well, it doesn't matter what time I go to bed. It's only 7:20. Okay, let's try to read a little bit more and then we'll call it whenever there's a good place to call it. Probably should take a rest. Yeah, I probably should. もうそろそろ終わろうかな。終わりにしましょうか。
はい。
Yes.
ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。
There's a bed, a sofa, and blankets, so while it's not luxurious, it'll be more than suitable for spending the night.
流しにご浮上。冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
There's also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet. Woo! The liquor! Whoa.
そいつはすげえぜ。
That's incredible.
しかし、おかしなもんだな。
But isn't that weird?
自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？
You're saying he built another house inside his house?
島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじいさまの最後の家にしちゃずいぶん手狭なんだな。
That's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather, who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams.
そうですね。
That's right.
いつの頃からか、お父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
After some point in time, Father probably couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion.
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time we're the ones who are gonna shut ourselves up. Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
Jessica Chan, it sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere.
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。
Of course, I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own.
結局は待つしかない。
In the end, we can't do anything but wait.
ならどこで待ったって同じだろ。逃げも隠れもしない。
Then it doesn't matter where we wait, does it?
客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ。
I'm not gonna run away.
ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
Okay, this is a little bit fucked up. I'm not gonna run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor, watching TV or something while we wait for this Beatrice-sama to appear?
現れなければ現れないで十分です。
It's perfectly fine if she doesn't appear.
犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
There's no need for us to be the ones to expose the culprit.
正論ですな。
Well said.
警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
We shouldn't take needless risks before the police arrive.
ありがとう、南條先生。
Thank you, Dr. Nanjo.
私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。
I think we should move to Father's study.
確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。
True, we have no proof that it's safe, since Father was taken out of there.
しかし、バトラ君の推理の
However, I can't deny the possibility that
お父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
As Butler-kun reasoned, Grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgate measure. But just as Aunt Eva said, even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. And Eva hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd that theory was. So, does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room just as Aunt Eva claimed? It's an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit? If Aunt Ava were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway. Maybe we should stop it on but anyway. お医者さんが一番何だった
かわいそう。
かわいそうか。かわいそうだわ。そうだ。何も関係ないのに、家族の殺し合いに巻き込まれて、そうだね。ちょっとかわいそうだけど、まあ、お医者さんも犯人じゃないです。もしかしたら犯人じゃないですか。もしかしたら犯人かな。まあ、みんなは、犯人かもね。誰が犯人かわからないけど、この8人の中でいるはずけど、いるはずだけど。Shall we switch it? Shall we finish here? When they're in the study is a good place to call it because after that it's one set piece and one more than you're done. Then there's the tea party and the secret tea party and episode 1 is donezo. I think ending it here is fine. We'll be heading to the place for next time. Save again. Bum お医者さん死んで
得する。
死んで得するかな。死ぬかも死なないかもちょっとわからないでしょ。わかんない。わかんない。でも多分死ぬ時もあるかも。Very eventful session. Yes, indeed. I couldn't find a place to stop. I was just like, oh god, everything's happening. We gotta keep streaming. いや、家族が死んで、家族が死んで当たるかな。これは、なんだった？
得する。
得するかな。わかんないね。でも、まあ、お金が、わかんない。日本語。わかんないね。何もわかんない。Gonna head out. Thanks for stream. See you offline chat fiends later. See you, Ayana. Alright, thanks, Gary got for stream. I hope I didn't fizz out too much today. No, you were fine.
If only Canon-kun lived up to his name and started blasting.
Canon. You wanted to get to the end because the study is endgame territory? No problem. We're pretty much in endgame territory right now, aren't we? But I don't remember how much text is left. Oh. Oh, you didn't remember? No problem. Hopefully it won't be another 5 hours, I hope. But if it, I don't know, we'll see. もう、すぐに誰が死ぬかわからないですね。でもまた、もう2人が死ぬはず。死ぬかも。あと2人が死ぬかも。The person escaping the boiler room feels so out of place, almost as if it's designed to be a red herring. Maybe. Mostly 2 hours? Okay. Bum 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 bum. Do I have the other music on? We'll just have the seagulls play. Seagulls! Ow, ow, ow! I need to have some dinner. Do I again for the stream? Thank you guys. Thank you guys for listening to me. Go on about, you know, go and listen to me. Play the game. Yeah. Stream and the collab were really fucking good. Oh, thank you. The collab was hard. Thanks for the very long reading stream. You're welcome, Aor. Can express how happy it makes me you picked up the stream. Very fun. It's been fun to stream too. Otsukare mama. Otsukare-sama. Kaori-chan mo. 今日もいっぱい寝てお疲れ様ね。今日もいっぱい寝てくださいね。この夜。今夜。Stream thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys very much. Let me see. Let me see who to raid.
I can't say right now. I'm gonna have to do that again. No, we're not gonna do it again.
We could raid Lucky Kya. Yeah, we're gonna raid. You wanna play a random clip? ありがとう。めっちゃ寝るわ。そうだね。今夜もめっちゃ寝てね。Pull it? Ah! Yeah! やめて! Dude, he scared the shit out of me, man. I was like, when did she get a fucking gun? No second secret redeem? No, I'll secret redeem. The fuck? That's the old gold shot, gunshot noise. That one scares me. This new one is like fucked. Give you guys a hug. 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 And one more hug. びっくりした。ごめんね。ごめんね。クリップだった。My screams truly never change. No, my screams all sound the same. They all sound the same. That was when we played Outlast 2. Make sure to take care of yourself during these 5 days. You too, Fizz. You too. I'll definitely be back Friday. I'll definitely be back by Friday, but if I'm feeling okay, I'll try to stream on Thursday, but I don't know how I'll feel. So, yeah. Wow, 26 days. Almost. Whenever you're ready. Yeah. Let's raid Lucky Kya. We can raid Lucky Kya. She's playing, or they're playing, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Take care on your break during the appointments. Yeah, it's another chemo appointment, so we'll be doing that. Whoopsies, where'd the L go? Should I be fine? Yeah, I'll be fine, but it's more like the after effects and how I feel after that. You know what I mean? Tell the nurses I said hi, of course. No L's, VWs. VWs. Hell yeah. But yeah, enjoy Lucky Kya's stream. They're playing Breath of the Wild, and it seems like they're fighting Ganon right now. Treat nurses respectfully? Of course I do! What do you mean? Of course I do! I love them. You also started playing Breath of the Wild again, so excited, couldn't help myself. Yes! Yes, yes! Just teasing. Of course I respect them. I respect them very much. I love them and all their work that they do. But yeah, I'll see you guys either Thursday or Friday for the collab with Kala. For We Were There Too, I think it is. We Were There Too. Bye, take care. See you guys. You guys also take care. Take care, take care. Let me go to my other screen. またね。ゆっくり休んでね。かおりちゃんも。みんなも。Bye, You guys take care. Bye, bye.